So it's one of those shows where I've moved something. So the entire show today, you guys are gonna see me like looking like one direction and then suddenly moving my head. I have the monitor mounted up there now, which should help my neck issues. Um, but the sad part is I was supposed to have a monitor here, and I don't. Can I get it? Oh, I can just not get it in the frame. I've got an empty gun rack. I've got an empty monitor mount right now. The monitor I was going to use there, the spare I had, doesn't have VESA brackets on it. So Tamir and I put the monitor thing up yesterday, and then it was like, oh well, no left-hand monitor for the show today. And I probably won't have time to get one today, because I was a slacker yesterday. I said I was gonna end the show. I said I was gonna go do my work, and then I was gonna do everything else I needed to do. And yeah, I played World of Warships until like way past bedtime. So yeah, that happened. So today, as soon as the show is over, I have to do yesterday's work and today's work, and then remember, I'm doing a show tomorrow morning, same time as this one, so that we can try to get some more of our our ship captains in World of Warships. We crushed our first goal. We did hit our first threshold yesterday, so that was really good. We got 15 new captains set up, so that's what we were aiming for. So why is the whole cosmetic pack pirate themed except the freehold mentions the Valoon? Typo? Oh, we might as well just start with the cosmetics right away. Like I said, guys, I am not gonna make excuses. I stayed up way too late playing World of Warships again. I forgot how much I love the game. I didn't do anything that even remotely looks like the things I'm supposed to do. Let me get the download Ashes stuff. Where do I have the cosmetics? Ashes 101, core images. Where okay, hold on. Where do I have this? Where do I have that saved? The cosmetics. Oh, that's just on my desktop. Okay, we'll just throw this one on the desktop too for right now, and then we'll worry about filing it later. Okay, that's good. Monthly cosmetic. There we go. So the monthly cosmetic, first of all, I say this every month, and I say get rid of the clock, the money, and the alpha and beta keys on the 6-pack show off. You don't need them. You don't need those there. But what you do need, and apparently Intrepid is allergic to answering this question, and it's starting to get more and more traction, and it's not me doing it. Well, it's me doing it. Well, I'm the one who started it. But can we please have our cosmetic building questions answered? What freehold building does this fit onto? Is it a scholar building? It looks large. Will this take up most of a freehold? When will the staff decide on which buildings go on which items? We've been waiting for years for an answer. Can you at least tell us if this will not be able to be used as a house cosmetic? I think many might be buying cosmetics that they won't be able to use when the actual purpose is finally revealed. Love the design, love the talented staff, but if we are a glorious Ashes community, then don't we deserve some charity? This is not, I did not shadow write this. I did not prompt this to go on to the forums. This is not me. I had nothing to do with this. Right? I had nothing to do with this. But it's exactly the message I have been asking, or I've been saying for the last couple of years. Because you're literally selling an item to the community that you supposedly love and cherish and adore, and you're not giving anybody any clarity. My money is on it being an elven outhouse. and this comment should just be removed, and this person should be told, stop talking. That seems like a measured take, in my opinion. I absolutely agree. That person was middle of the roading that. Now, I don't middle of the road the cosmetic discussion anymore, because I've been having this discussion for 5 years, and there's bad blood in the water because of how it was handled on my show one time. The only thing worse than coming onto a content creator show and starting a fight is coming onto a content creator show, starting a fight, and then not delivering on what you said you were going to deliver. I'm really ambivalent to this, since I don't buy freehold skins, but I would like the people who are curious about this to have an answer, so take my bump. I asked myself the same question last night when looking at the December freehold cosmetic. I was thinking about buying it, but I have no idea what building that skin is even for, so I didn't buy it. I might not have bought it anyway, but not knowing what it is for definitely sealed the deal. I already have 2 freehold skins that I don't know what they're for. Well, one's a house, so I know what that's for probably, but the other one is literally a volcano. I have no idea what it's for, but I'll probably be right next to some cows or something on my freehold. I'd also like to know if the freehold skins change the appearance and layout of the interior of the house, or will all the house interiors be the standard layout? I doubt that, but that'd be a lot of work. I'd like to know. Maybe it's in the wiki. These are great points. Maybe we should organize a complete boycott of next month's cosmetics. Oh, appreciate that. That's 10 months. Here's some more free music. My D&D players really dig it. Awesome. I'm glad you guys enjoy. Remember, we have 2 wonderful things on this channel. We have a Spotify, and we have the PGN Music channel. If you're not subscribed to the PGN Music channel, the 36 of you probably are, because you're all great supporters. I'm trying to get that one monetized. But maybe we should organize a complete boycott of next month's cosmetics. Does anybody else understand, or does my community get it? There is a reason why I attack the cosmetics so aggressively, because bad blood is bad blood, and bad blood doesn't always rise to the surface. There's a lot of people who probably would love to support Intrepid, but number one, they hear that the freeholds can't even be assigned, because why? And number two, you still have the cosmetics behind a big paywall, which I've said now for over a year. Mr. Sharif, tear down that wall and get rid of the paywall that the cosmetics are behind. People will pay $25 for a cosmetic if they really want one of the cosmetics. If somebody really wants one of these skins, they'll spend $25 on it, but they won't spend $375 to buy the whole pack for one cosmetic. Let's see. I doubt Intrepid has fleshed out the freeholds enough to give you an answer. My expectation is that building cosmetics will work the same as armor cosmetics. They will work on any or all buildings. So 2 huge problems with this. Number one, the expectation isn't that the building cosmetics will work as armor cosmetics, because they've said as much. But in the end, I believe they're going to have to put them on all of them. They're going to have to let you put any building skin on any building, because Steven's going to end up sitting down with the lawyer, and the lawyer is going to be like, hey, Bubba, you're facing FTC fines because you didn't, you sold something without the proper documentation. You sold something without the proper annotations and documentations and disclosures, and people are going to say, bait and switch. By the way, we got our battle going on. Let's make sure we do this strong. Good work on the last PvP. So the big thing here is, why are you still aggressively marketing something? Why are you still aggressively marketing something that you don't even understand? That's like Tesla didn't tell you, hey, we're making Teslas. Well, tell me about them. No, we'll tell you about them later, but pre-order them. No, Tesla explained a lot. Starlink didn't say, we're going to give you satellite internet. Well, tell us more about it. Nah, just pre-order it. No, they told you exactly what things were how it was gonna happen. Now, a lot of their followers, a lot of Starlink's followers, are dumb as a box of rocks, and they were making up stuff, and they became part of the problem. You're gonna have 20 millisecond global latency on any MMO ever, and I'm like, really? Because that defies the laws of physics, my friend. And then people on my show were like, you don't understand Starlink. And I'm like, great, this is gonna cost me lunch. And I went to lunch with the comm guys, and they all explained it to me. Do we know how the armor cosmetics work? Yes. I feel like we've seen just pieces on the dev updates, but I could be wrong. I thought they were full armor sets, not individual pieces. They are full armor sets. The full body cosmetic goes into the paper doll, into the full body cosmetic slot. It overrides all of the armor. So if you put that full body cosmetic on, your armor appearance is irrelevant because it won't come through. If you want to see a game that does this, Arcade does this. When you put on a full body cosmetic at the top of the character sheet, it goes into a slot, but it has a cosmetic appearance. You can disable that, but if you have a full body cosmetic on, that's it. The full body cosmetic overrides all of your individual armor pieces. Now, Intrepid has said that the things that go on top of the external appearance, belts, backpacks, that is something they have said. Yeah, let me talk about that piece in this video and why why Steven needs to stop doing this. Steven needs to stop doing this stuff, right? So this is what's confusing people. Oh, Rochambeau doing a 10-pack. I appreciate you. Make sure you say thank you if you got hit up with the 10-pack. Now is also the time to drop your 100 bits if you got them from watching ads, because this is when we get those free emotes from Twitch. But what you have right here is Steven's in one full body cosmetic. And then when Steven goes in, he has access to the developer pieces, and he is going in on individual pieces and swapping the cosmetic. I don't know why Steven continues to do this. I don't know why the developers continue to do this. And what I really don't get is, if you're gonna develop each piece as an individual piece, then why don't you sit down? Like, I know that I come across as an abrasive jerk, and I get that, but I've got a background in understanding marketing and advertising and people and expectations. If you're making it every piece individual, then why do the buyers not get the individual piece? We're close. One more unique person. With that said, if out of the COVID Castigator set you decide to make 3 pieces individual pieces, then why doesn't the buyer get the 3 pieces? I think the answer is continuity of design. They don't want the end user to be able to change how those individual pieces are going to work. But this is the one thing, like, the marketing department, the community marketing lead needs to put her eye on this. The community marketing lead needs to put her eye on this, and this is like the assault on Mordor, so that a couple of hobbits could get to Mount Doom. Right now, the cosmetic issue is the only place the marketing department should have their efforts. All of their efforts should go into to first and foremost understanding what the complaint of what the complaint about the cosmetics are, and then release. They should be writing up verbiage for Steven to put into his next creative director's letter. I've heard your complaints. I've heard your complaints about the paywall. I've heard your complaints about not knowing what your stuff goes on. I've heard your complaints about the fact that when I showcase stuff, I'm showcasing in a way that the players won't be able to do it. I totally understand that this is Steven's baby. In truth, this is Steven's private theme park. This is Steven's private zoo. This is Steven's private bar. It's his private property. He can show it off any way he wants. But I don't think anybody but me is doing what I'm doing and saying, yeah, but you're not in the trenches listening to the people who are pissed off by what you're doing. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm saying if you're doing it, realize you're pissing people off and you're confusing people. The full body cosmetics should be only ever showcased on the dev stream as a full body cosmetic. So when Steven swaps out all the individual pieces, right? I get that he's showing off the individual pieces. Maybe the full body cosmetic doesn't work yet. Maybe the paper doll doesn't work yet. I don't know what the answer is. But I do know continuing to sell cosmetics, continuing to push forward with this methodology, it's like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You got 12 people. 6 of them you're getting into your community. 6 of them you're not. The 6 of them you're not are going off. And remember, bad news travels faster. Are all my streams this early? No. Wednesday's show is early. I do 3 shows a week and the time rotates, so everybody kind of gets a time. Wednesdays is 10 a.m. Eastern, Fridays is 1 p.m. Eastern, and Mondays is 5 p.m. Eastern. Ventharian giving out a 5-pack. You got a gift sub just as you were planning to subscribe. Awesome. How are you liking the Unreal Engine 5 update? I'll get to the Unreal Engine 5 update in 1 second. I want to just finish up this other point. Bad news travels 5 times to 10 times more than good news. And I want everybody to think about this for a second. How often do you go out of your way to call the manager over to give kudos to the server? Versus how many times will you call the manager over to complain about a server? Bad news travels 5 times to 10 times as much as good news. A bad experience, you will tell everybody you know about your bad experience with the airline, with the resort, with the amusement park, with the restaurant, the bar, the car rental agency. You will go out of your way. But what did I do when I got back from Orlando? What was the first thing I did? I told people about Avis Rent-A-Car. I had to get back. The day I got back. I had something the next morning I had to do. There was no reschedule. There was you have a must appear, right? No car rental place in Orlando could get me a car. There was an Avis on site at the resort. I said to the girl, she got into work 15 minutes early. She was drinking a nice coffee. I said, hey, I hate to bother you before you even open, but you're about to be swamped. And she's like, yeah, I heard. I said, I know that you have no cars. Oh, another 5-pack. Look at that. Look at this community. And I said, you're about to get swamped. I need a car. And she's like, we have no cars that can go out of state. I explained to her the situation. She literally winked at me and she said, I got you. I'm gonna let you take our worst car out of here. I gave her a $40 tip. She's like, I can't accept tips. I lifted up her coffee cup. I put the 2 20s underneath her coffee cup and I set it down and I said, hey, you're not accepting a tip. I ruined your morning coffee and I don't know what coffee costs. You see what I gave her a glowing review. I didn't mention the tip. I gave her a glowing review. People never do that. I do that. If I get something really, really good, I tell people. The Unreal Engine 5 changeover. Absolutely the right decision for many, many reasons. Number 1, long-term health of your game. Long-term health of your game means you're now on the engine that Epic is going to support for the next probably 8 to 10 years. Number 2, Nanite is such a time saver. Nanite is absolute. Where's the camera now? I keep looking above the other monitor. Nanite is such a time saver, right? Nanite absolutely changes the development process for the art. Instead of doing Nanite and then having to go into a different program and do different stages of particles, tick, 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 You literally put the ZBrush image into Unreal Engine 5, and Unreal Engine 5 does all the heavy lifting for you. That's such a time saver. It's not a quality improvement, it's a time saver. So now your artists, oh, look at that. Did you take us to 5? Now, instead of your artists having to touch the same piece of art 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 times, they touch it once. So, how would it look in a luminescent cave like in Alpha 1? It's gonna, okay, so Nanite is gonna make the Underrealm look better, but what's really gonna make the Underrealm look amazing is Lumen. The fact that they're going to be able to do the lighting in the Underrealm with Lumen and not have to wait, because remember what they're trying to do, 50,000 foot view here, folks. I'm not getting into the nitty gritty of the game designs, but imagine Unreal Engine 4 is trying to light with, because it, like the Matrix, every rule is based on another rule. So imagine trying to light the Underrealm on a rule that you have to use a sun that's above ground level. If that, like, we're at the 50,000 foot here, I'm not getting into the nitty gritty. So imagine a lighting artist trying to light the Underrealm using a sun. That's not going to work too well. Lumen on Unreal Engine 5 is like being the hand of God, and your hand is the sun. You can put the light anywhere you want. So the Underrealm is going to look amazing for 2 reasons. Number one, Nanite, they're going to be able to take those ZBrush in, and they're going to be able to put those ZBrush assets in and then not have to do the manual work. Then the other thing is Lumen being able to light that in real time. So the Underrealm, I imagine, is going to look, I think the Underrealm is going to look the best in the game because of what they've already shown us. But I think everything's going to look great. I saw somebody mention earlier, thanks for showcasing World of Warships. Thank you from me to World of Warships. They sponsored my stream yesterday. They're sponsoring my stream tomorrow and Saturday. We're on a World of Warships campaign. There's a link down below if you've never played World of Warships. It helps us out. Gives you a very nice and lucrative premium pack. But I'll talk more about that tomorrow. When I stream World of Warships again. I had so much fun yesterday. So much fun. Somebody coming in and saying, hope you have a nice day. That's very polite of you. Have I talked about the new cosmetics yet? Yeah, I was talking about the new cosmetics. I was talking about the forum post about people's complaints about the cosmetics. I really believe this. I believe the marketing department the marketing department needs to go full court press on. There's a subscription. Look at that. Appreciate that. Next month's a Twitch, baby. The marketing department needs to set everything else aside, and they need to do really deep community outreach and understand the problem with cosmetics. I'm surprised they moved to Unreal Engine 5 so early. It's still having a lot of issues with it. No, it's really not. I hear a lot of people saying Unreal Engine 5 has a lot of issues with it. It's really not. There's, of course, every engine has its quirks, but remember, Unreal or Intrepid Studios isn't a small indie dev issue. Intrepid Studios, if they have a problem with Unreal Engine, they literally, not even Steven, McP picks up the phone and calls somebody at Epic and says, hey, let's talk. And that's how it works with the really big studios. You just watched MMO Byte featuring Ash's Creation Recap, and he went on explaining how the whole Unreal Engine 5 will delay the project. That's because MMO Byte makes sensationalist news instead of accurate news, and the truth about sensationalist news is it's from the show The Newsroom with Jeff Daniels. Congressman Gifford has been shot. 3 major news networks have all pronounced her dead. Jeff Daniels' character refuses to pronounce her dead. The producer, the person from corporate, everybody comes into the room while he's on break, and he's like, every second you're not current, 1,000 people are changing the channel. And his producer turns around and says, she's a person. a doctor pronounces her dead, not the news. And then a couple of seconds later, the research team finds out she's actually alive and being prepped for surgery. The truth of the matter is, content creators don't care about being accurate. Content creators care about being sensationalist, and they care about being first. I understand that the changes I've made to my brand are going to hurt my growth, and that's fine. I don't care. I don't care about being first anymore. I don't care about being the first person after the live stream to have a video out. I care about looking at the entire live stream and grabbing the thing that we need to talk about. For example, as you saw, I did the 500 versus 500 video where I talked about just this unsung piece of the live stream, right? I did an entire video on to explain to people what the 12-to-1 draw call is actually going to do. There were a lot of people who contacted me and said, oh my God, that's amazing. With Lumen, the materials of the items themselves will all project their color when the light bounces off of them. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I face-palmed at the ignorance and how his segment will mislead so many people. Well, let me tell you, and this is where the viewership is to blame. And this is going to sound weird, but this is where you've got content creators who are making bad content, but because they make hype sensationalist content, they grow and they grow and they grow and they grow and they grow. And then you have people like me who make the content I make, which I'm abrasive, but I'm honest, I'm educational, I engage with you, I answer your questions. But people don't like share my content because they're like, and I hear this all the time, Jay, I don't share your content. I like you, but I don't think a lot of other people would like your content. Well, what if I just completely changed it and became like everybody else, and I just became overly positive, except when being negative will get me views, not covering anything of substance, being afraid to offend anybody. Yeah, sure, I could grow to 1,000 or 2,000 simultaneous viewers just by changing some things about myself, but then I would feel like I need a shower the entire time I'm streaming, right? That seems like an odd compliment. They don't mean it as a compliment. They what they mean it as, people are trying to give me constructive criticism. They're like, I like your show, but I don't share it because I don't think other people would like your show. I prefer your content and have recommended it to a few people. Yeah, but I don't get the big pushes. You liked my lead dev video? Good points there. Yeah, I liked doing that video. Anytime someone comes to me with anxious questions in our community, I refer them to you. That's exactly what you need to do. Let me do all the heavy lifting. I got to get my pump on. I got to get my educational pump on every day. I've never seen your content, but I love what you're saying. Ultimately, hype taps into the lizard brain. Yes, absolutely. I just preface it with, you can be an abrasive ass, but at least you're accurate. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. People say to me, they said, can't you do your show without being abrasive? No, I can't. Do you ask sandpaper, can you take all the splinters out of this piece of wood but not be rough? No, you don't expect sandpaper to clean your glasses. You use a silk rag to clean your glasses. Don't use me to clean your glasses. Use me to sand your deck. I'm abrasive. I understand I follow you like the person my husband can't cope with, but I religiously asks me every single stream to recap what you said. That's awesome. That's awesome. Use me to sand your deck. I'm abrasive. Exactly. Could it be that you're focused too much on Ashes, which you have not come out yet? I enjoy it though, and I hope you will be a big success. Yeah, like yesterday we had a lot of success with World of Warships. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something to play. I had fun with World of Warships. I'm probably going to stick with World of Warships for a while. Rip Jahlon working on with 55-pound books. Good morning. Yes, exactly. I feel like you might gain more traction when there's actual game to play. Oh yeah, when there's an actual game to play, I I will definitely grow. We were at 1,100 viewers during Alpha 1. The problem right now is a lot of people don't want to just sit around on a hype game. Man, this coffee is awful. This coffee is awful. World of Warships was fun. Grumpy and I played until around 9:30. Yeah, I saw you guys playing. I was gonna jump in with you guys, but I kept having like, I did like one match and then had to do some stuff, and I did like one match and I had to do some stuff. Any news on Fractured? Oh dear. Oh boy. News on Fractured. Fractured is struggling because, and I'm gonna say this, and it's not gonna make Prometheus happy, but I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to tell them the truth. Number one, I don't remember what the typo was, but it was a big typo. Marketing people have to realize that you only have a first chance. You only have one chance to make a first impression. And the Gamigo person who was sending out a new update made a giant typo in the post. And like I tell people, it's okay if you make typos. I typo all the time. I am amazed at how bad for a college educated person, for as many years as I spent in college, I am amazed at how bad my spelling is. But then I remind people I didn't have spelling 101 in college. I got addicted to the squiggly red line in Word. So I will freely tell you one of my faults is my spelling. But the guy had a typo. And then number two, what Gamigo did was they re-released early blog articles from Dynamite Studios, right? And they tried to make it like, oh, we're giving you this new update, we're giving you this new information. You're not giving us anything new. These were pre-existing blogs, and you're just re-releasing them, right? So Gamigo, once again, and it's like exactly what I told Prometheus. Gamigo is a disingenuous company. They are disingenuous. You can't believe anything that comes out of their mouth. How dare you re-release blogs that are already in existence, but make it appear as if you're releasing new information, right? So when it comes, how dare you do that? But you know, they Prometheus didn't really check with anybody. And I get that Prometheus needed to do what was best for his company, but at the same time, I think maybe Prometheus and Dynamite Studios doesn't understand what they got themselves involved with. Somebody said, I'm upset that we can't refund Fractured. Yeah, I don't quite understand what happened with Fractured in the refunds, because they're no longer with Exola. Is that what the deal is? They moved away from Exola, so you can't do the previous. Hold on. No, they're still. Why can't you refund? They're still on Exola. So help me out here. Why can't you refund? Also, Adam Block moved over to Epic this summer. Now Intrepid is looking for a lead game designer. It was amazing to me how many people said to me, Jeff Kaplan or Kevin Jordan. Jeff Kaplan. I'm going to say this. I do not know for a fact that Jeff Kaplan had any idea what was going on at Blizzard. But what I will say is that a vice president is effectively second in command of an organization. And a second in command of an organization better be doing leadership by walking around. And if you're doing leadership by walking around, then you should have known some of the stuff that was going on. Like, I'll tell you right now, the reason why most companies wouldn't hire me is because I would come in as a leadership position, because I'm not going to walk in entry level. Why would I come out of retirement for entry level? I'm going to be in a leadership position, and I believe in all those books back there. And one of those books back there is the 360-degree leader, and the other one is developing the leaders around you. I hate serving under a leader who's a bad leader. You're either going to become a really good leader with me as your first follower. And if you guys aren't familiar with the first follower concept, it's on my Jahlon on channel. It's actually on Twitch, getting your first follower, but it talks about the Derek Sivers follower thing. You're either gonna become a much better leader with me as your first follower, or you're gonna get out of my way and I'm gonna take your job, because I hate following bad leaders. You've only met your VP 3 times in 12 years and your CEO once. They're more concerned with interfacing with customers than their employees for company growth. See, and that's Threather. That is exactly why that company is having to put their efforts into growing the company instead of the company growing itself. I'll give you a great example of this. Remember I said bad news carries 3 to 5 to 10 times further than good news? Think about servers at a restaurant who love their job, who make good money. Those servers, when they talk about their job, they're like, yeah, I'm working tomorrow. You guys should come in. Thursday is prime rib night. Or if you don't like prime rib, I know your kids like meatloaf. Saturday's meatloaf night. Servers at a restaurant who are taken care of, who love their job, they are always talking about their job in a positive light. You're like, yeah, let's go see Christy at work. Employees that are treated like crap either never talk about their job or they talk down about their job. If you're not seeing your vice president, your president, and the CEO of your company, you may not personally see the top echelon. But if you're not seeing your frontline manager and his boss, then you don't have any connection to the organization. You're a cog, and you don't have leaders, you have managers. Jeff Kaplan, Blizzard, he was a VP. I thought he was the OG WoW developer and then Overworld. Yeah, he was a vice president. He was over Overwatch, but he was a vice president. I liked Fractured. I just hope Prometheus can whip them because Gamigo is such a shit tier company. Yeah, Gamigo. I'm sorry, anybody from Gamigo that happens to be listening to me, your company's a shit tier company. Now, if you would like me to write a white paper for you, I could literally handwrite a white paper for you and give you 50 things to fix in your company. And that would just be that wouldn't even be the low hanging fruit. That would be the fruit that's fallen off the tree. That's still savable. I firmly believe management should always be held responsible for the subordinates, especially if the issue is brought up. I believe leadership should be held responsible. Management and leadership are not interchangeable words. Sometimes complaints don't get up to the manager because the manager has their head stuffed in the sand because their bosses are keeping too much stuff that's not their job on their agenda. That's the Whose Monkey Is It article that is over on my Jahlon on channel. Last Wednesday, Margaret tweeted she is still looking for a senior community manager, so the content creator program is still on hold. All right, so again, you had a perfectly functional content creator program. You closed it. You opened up applications for new content creators. And then you said, if you don't get into the program, we're going to give you some coaching. Number one, that's not how that works. Intrepid Studios should not be coaching people how to be content creators because all those people become shills. All those people become shills because it's going to be like, you have been indoctrinated, you have been brainwashed. You have been taught how to be a content creator by a company who wants you to be a specific type of content creator. Now, is it in some contracts what you can say? Yes. Case in point, if you sponsor my stream, if somebody sponsors my stream, believe me, when they sponsor my stream, there is a section about my language. There's a section about my language. And it's usually handwritten, and they're like, look, we know that you're really loose and fast with expletives. During the time we're sponsoring your show, you need to bring that. You need to bring your 100% vulgarity down to about a 3. And I'm like, okay, about a 3. That's fine. That's how you do that. Intrepid is building the final version of the product instead of making a good base that is modular and can be added on more stuff later. This is such a stupid thing, but I hope they do this for reasons, maybe too many requests. I agree with that. I was thinking, would the company teach me to go against them? I don't think so. Yeah. So you're going to go to a content creator camp. You're going to go to a content creator camp, and you're going to be, you're going to learn how to make make better products. But why don't you just send those people to BCG's why don't you just send them to BCG's server and we will teach them. Why is marketing tweeting about hiring at a company? She's the community marketing lead, not the CEO, not HR. This is actually a really important point. But I want to give credit where credit is due. I have seen some improvement, right? I have seen some improvement in the verbiage. So, and that's where we need to go. I don't expect people to change overnight, but I do expect people, when they've been told for 2 years what your flaws are, and this is what happened. I point out flaws in the marketing department, and people say, well, what's your qualifications? And I say, well, I retired from marketing at 19 years old after signing a massive commission. And I worked with companies like Leo Burnett and DDB Needham. And I continued to work with those people for the last 20 years. Just because I was active duty military didn't mean I didn't have side hustles. You're allowed to have a side hustle in the military. And I'm seeing goodness change. I don't think it's a problem for the marketing lead. I don't think it's a problem for the marketing lead to be posting out, there are positions on my team. But when the marketing lead does that, the marketing lead has to understand that they're not going to see, the applicants until 2 cuts later. So I want to be involved in the first cut. As a hiring authority, I want to be involved in the first cut. But the thing is that if you're pushing out the I have a position, I have a vacancy, then you should expect that you're not going to even see the list of applicants. Human resources is going to do the first cut, maybe even the first 2 cuts, to make sure that there's no nepotism. You want to make sure that you want to nepotism is a horrible thing, and you want to make sure that you don't have it. Intrepid's already got a bad habit of having some nepotism, and as they grow into a company, they need to make sure they eliminate all the remaining nepotism. Yes, but they did say on the live stream that the new community person will head up the program. No, they didn't. The senior community manager that they're hiring is not the position to head up the content creator program. Guys, I have to clean up. And this is where I hate other content creators. When other content creators screw up, and then I have to clean it up, right? They are hiring a influencer relations specialist. An influencer relations specialist is not a community manager. These are completely different roles. For example, I can teach you how to become a content creator. I am a content creator coach. However, I would not be a good community manager. I know my limitations. I would not be a good community manager. Because I don't like whiny people. Give me, first of all, if I became the community manager, half the fucking mods would be fired. Half the mods in that Discord would be fucking fired on the spot. I'd be like, all right, Here's my recommendation for all the mods we're going to remove. And then the follow-up list to that is, here's going to be, I'll appreciate that. People paying it forward. Here's going to be the list of all the community members we're going to remove. Because there's some mods that like to stir the shit and then shadow ban you or shadow moderate you. And on that topic, the idea of shadow moderation is bullshit. If you get moderated, you should know which moderator did it, because there are moderators that don't like particular people. But I find it fucking hilarious that somebody says, what do you think about my idea? And I answer, I think you're a fucking idiot, because the person asked. They asked, man. So I told them, and then I get dinged by Modbot for that. But then none of the moderators ever step in when the fucking furry porn anime girl shit starts. That should be an immediate. Anime girl, right click, delete, warning, stop putting this filth in the AOC discussions channel where people come in to learn about the game. I don't think Intrepid knows how many potential customers they lose from their own AOC discussions channel. So, maybe next stream have people send you all the tweets they think are bad and you explain them so people stop mixing stuff. If you give me a tweet, I will tell you why I think it's a good tweet or why I think it's a bad tweet. But at the same time, anybody on my show knows that there's some bad blood between me and Margaret, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen in an industry. That's going to happen when a community manager comes on a streamer show. Look at that. Snecker's giving out a 5-pack. That's what's going to happen when the community marketing lead is going to try to talk down to you on the very first day they're on the job and they have no idea who the fuck you are. Fine. You talk down to me on your very first day on the job. I have more marketing experience than you do. This is going to be a very rough relationship. We are going to have a very rough relationship, and that's fine. I don't need it to be easy. At the same time, on Monday, somebody was trying to say Margaret said there's going to be a South America server at launch. No, she didn't. No, she didn't say that. No, she didn't. Here's the picture. It doesn't say that. Steven said there's going to be a South American server. No, he didn't. This CEO of another company came in and said, we're working with Ashes of Creation. Really? Let me go. Here, watch this. Ring Steven up right after the show or during the show. Steven, what's going on with this? Would you care to comment? Steven's like, the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. Here's the link. It's in Portuguese. And Steven's like, no. What people have to realize is if I call you up and ask you, if I call up Best Buy right now and I say, I need a new monitor, what's the price of a monitor? And they give me a price. That's it. We are not in talks of me buying a monitor. The guy at Best Buy might tell his boss, yeah, I'm in talks with a guy. He's going to come in. He's going to buy a monitor. We're not in talks. I asked the question. Companies do requests for information all the time. It doesn't mean they're leading to anything. Steven may have asked that company, how much would it cost for you to do the localization for our game in South America? And how much would it cost for you to be our publisher in South America? Just a request for information doesn't mean anybody's getting a contract. So, I don't know why people, I don't know why people have, I guess it's, and I'm going to be honest, I guess it's this copium, whatever this crap is. I'm going to say hopium because I don't like the downplaying of narcotic painkiller addiction. You know, I don't like the phrase copium because when I looked up what it was, I was like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the context, but I'm also biased because I told you guys I had a painkiller addiction for 10 years. Well, by requesting information if done verbally, you are in fact talking. No. Business, we are in talks is a specific connotation. And if what you just did there is, that's what I call that next level Muppet shit. Just because you are just because you are verbally communicating doesn't mean you are in talks of anything. In talks is a term. In talks, I was in talks to buy the sushi place. I had gone beyond, yeah, in talks means negotiation. I was in talks to buy the sushi place. The guy decided to go a different route. I'm happy that he's going to go a different route. I'm not happy with his decision and some personnel changes. So, yeah, talks means negotiations. It's just dumbed down. I would prefer if everybody in business just was black and white. Yeah, we're negotiating. So, but yeah, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee for a South American server on launch for Ashes of Creation. Now, one of the ways you can get a server is, and if you haven't signed up for Ashes, one of the best things you can do is sign up using that referral link. Number one, it lets Intrepid know I still reach people. Number two, it doesn't help you out at all, but it helps pay for all the music on this channel. We're going to be able to make so much music when I get my first check. Number three, signing up for the game lets Intrepid know what the hot spots on the global map are. Like, there's a bunch of people who have said, I want to play Ashes of Creation. Great. Where are you? I'm in the Middle East. Are we going to get a server? If you get people to sign up, yes. Now, luckily in the Middle East really doesn't kind of care about the shenanigans. The Middle East countries really don't care about, like, you just can't have, I guess, if I had to think about it, if you don't want to be censored in the Middle Eastern countries, you can't have a large, I would guess, Israeli leadership reverence theme. They would probably do that, but you can't publish in China with necromancers. You can't publish in China with skeletons. You can't publish in... Man, I want to know now. My real question is now that Winnie the Pooh is in the public domain, how's that working for China? So, but like the version of... I don't think we're going to have very many... I don't think we're going to have very many regional differences in Ashes of Creation. And I know this one's going to be a bitter pill for Steven to swallow, but... we're going to end up not having gay marriage in the Russian version of Ashes of Creation, because if there's gay marriage, then there's no Russian version of Ashes of Creation, because it is against Russian law to have gay and lesbian marriage propaganda. And when people say, well, how can they do that? I try to explain, Russia isn't America. Like, there's no freedom of speech. These are countries that limit the speech rights of their citizens. Appreciate that 5-month streak. Doing good today on subs, guys. I appreciate it. And what I try to remind Americans is that your rights don't exist in other countries. So yeah, their laws are laws. It's part of doing business on an international stage. You don't have to like it. You do not have to like the law, but you do have to realize that acquiescing to the law doesn't mean you, like, Steven, 50 tier 1 subs. God, I hope you meant 50 and not 5. Otherwise, your poor wallet. That's like the entire viewership. I dislike people take for granted and all they can do in freedom and consequently vets. I dislike people who take for granted all they can do in the freedoms they consequently... Yeah, I agree. Call it a stream. Yeah, right. We're gonna be listening to that hat. You guys, I think I'm gonna make a note right now. I'm gonna get a new alert. I think I'm gonna take some of that money from that 50 pack and a new gift sub alert. I think we got to get a new gift sub alert because we get a lot of gift subs around here and we only have the one gift sub alert. So yeah, we're definitely going to contact our, let me actually put that up on the post-it note. What? Why can't I edit you? I hate when this happens. Nope. Sticky. Sometimes it just doesn't let me edit. Oh, there we go. I think I have to buy my emotes in a 5-pack. So, by the way, this is what my setup looks like now. I've got the monitor stacked. Here's the very sad missing mount bracket. I was gonna put a monitor there, but the monitor I have doesn't have the Visa mounting brackets. But it's nice having that up there now. Instead of having to constantly look, I can look up real quick. So that's an improvement. So, do you want those vertical or the sides to keep them horizontal? Well, this one's gonna be horizontal. I'm probably gonna get a standard ratio 16:9 so that I can turn it on the side one. These two really wouldn't make a lot of sense to turn because they're ultra wides. But sheesh. Yeah, I like monitor space. I do like monitor space, especially like late at night when I'm kind of like kicking back. Like when I'm like this, I'm gaming and I can just like look that way. I was actually like playing with the idea, and I'm not gonna do it, but I was playing with the idea of gaming on the top monitor sometimes, and then just being able to sit back. But have I ever shown you guys my daily neck brace? I have this neck brace I have to wear for 30 minutes a day, because of my neck damage. You see LG 16:18 ratio monitors working on a square. I've seen square monitors before. It was the 80s. Screen on the ceiling next. Yeah, put a screen on the ceiling. Are those 24s or 27s? They're 27s. Actually, yeah, they're 27s. So, how to handle a nickname on Twitch to make it good when Sneckers is already taken by random guy who doesn't even stream. So let me tell you, that is one of the worst things about Twitch, right? That is absolutely one of the worst things. Oh, I take that back. I lied to you. These are 34s. Yeah, they're 34s. I didn't think 27 sounded right. They're 34s. So if I've not given this to you before about the for any streamer, here is an article I wrote about the importance of your name. And I say the importance of your name knowing full well that, oh, you read my whole page? Well, then it's for everybody else. I tell people all the time, lessons that I learned later in streaming, I wish I had known earlier. Number one, I wouldn't have done Paradox Gaming Network. I would have streamed under my own name. But originally when I started, there were supposed to be 2 streamers on this channel. And you should never ever do that. Snecklord, not active. Yeah. Twitch has just taken steps to start recovering, or to start deactivating and purging and releasing the names to people. you can get a name if you put in a ticket, but then sometimes you can't. Just change name to Jahlon for the channel. I was gonna do that, but then it would be not simultaneous branding. And the point is they're supposed to have simultaneous branding. For Vera Caravan, I signed up every social media I could to brand name. Good advice from Jahlon. Yep. If anybody is going to start getting into streaming and you need assistance, I am always happy to sit down with you and walk you through the different pieces. Like I said, I can't get you to the ninja level or the shroud level. I'd love to be able to do that. But I can definitely help you get to partner. It's always funny too. I'm on a couple of Discords and people are like, I checked out your channel and you have less than 10,000 followers. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, so how are you a Twitch partner? Like, because it's like Cinema Sins. The number does not matter. The number doesn't matter. When you have an average subscriber count of 500 every month for several months in a row, they don't care how many followers you have. They care you're bringing in the money. So there's a website to check if a name is taken on every social media. Well, what's the website? How are you gonna tease us like that? How are you gonna do us like that? There's a website. What is it? It's like, it's an academic classroom. If you're gonna bring something good, bring the whole thing, man. I forgot what it was. You're killing me here. Yeah. Fire truck on fire. There's another one I want to talk about today. I don't have a segment scene planned. I don't have a segment scene planned for today. But I do have another thread I want to look at. Are we done? That was 50? 13 months, that's a baker's year. Yeah, that's a baker's dozen. Appreciate that. That is a lot. That was a lot of subs, folks. I appreciate that. You're the first guy that I see Twitch that reads messages even before they pop on Twitch. Yeah, I have a 2-second delay, a moderation delay. I get a lot of anti-veteran haters. All I have to say is that people that hate veterans, if you don't want to stand behind our troops, please feel free to stand in front of them. A lot of people have a lot of bad misconceptions about the military. And I hate when people call members of the military baby killers. There are individual members of the military who have done stupid shit. We accept that, but the majority of us who were in the military don't tolerate that crap. There's bad police officers, there's bad firefighters, there's bad paramedics, there's bad doctors, there's bad lawyers, there's bad everything, because there's bad in the world. But when people come into my show and they turn it into a hate on veterans, and then what's horrible is they hate on veterans and then they're cowards because they won't even come to the table to have a discussion about why they hate on veterans. So, like, I met somebody who hates on veterans because they were denied entry into the service. The veterans didn't, the veterans didn't deny you. Believe it or not, 99% of the people who work at the MEPS who disqualify you from military service are civilians. My folks just headed to San Diego for your little brother's Marine graduation. Can't wait to see him again for a bit. Yeah, congratulations making it through the Marine Corps. I wouldn't have made it through Marine basic training. I could have never been a Marine. I could not would not have been a Marine. I wouldn't have been a good one. I was a fly boy. I'm good with that. All right. Let's see. I always tell people, for the most part, everything is a job. If most people self-reflect, they have good coworkers and poor ones. Same for doctors, police, etc. I cannot get in because of psycho and would be one of those people who hate on the military. How dare they? I hate the military. Yeah, that's pretty much is. How long am I going to be streaming today? Like 3 more hours. I'm here for like 3 more hours. Let's take a look at this one. 250 versus 250, 500 versus 500, Castle Siege gameplay concepts. I want to see how this one's gonna work. In fact, I want to swap sides. Yeah, I want to do that. That way I can read. And that's better. I like it better when it's like that. Feel free to make and share your own concept ideas. These thoughts were brought to fruition because of a post by Near. I made this bit based on the most recent update with the 1300 test models. These minis aren't to scale, but they are 250 versus 250 on each side. I like a relatively simple objective-based gameplay style. Okay, why? Right off the bat, you are starting with such a narrow bias. I'm concerned. You like relatively simple objective-based gameplay styles. Then, why do you... Then why are you talking... You're talking capture the flag, right? What's the catch with Lost Ark? It looks like crack in New World Died. I mean, Lost Ark is going to entertain you for about 20 minutes. Maybe a week. It's not a good game. 1 spawn point for defenders in the throne room and 2 spawn points for the attackers shown in the bottom corners of the image. I feel the attackers having 2 spawn points allows the prevention of being spawn camped if it gets a bit one-sided, where defenders only need 1 spawn point at the winning objective, because at that point the game is basically finished and they are where they need to be to defend anyway. So I hate your idea already. There's a picture here. I hate your idea already. Number one, there should not be a spawn point in the throne room for the defenders, because that means the last stand is simply a zombie rush. Arcade did this the best. When the crystal was destroyed and the channel began, you switched respawns with the other team. And you did this because at that point you were at that point you've lost 90% of your castle anyway. It's not like Diablo, it's an MMO. No, it's like Diablo. Lost Ark is not an MMO. Lost Ark is a downward-looking isometric slash game that, don't call it an MMO. It's an ARPG at best. But if people are thinking Lost Ark is going to be an MMORPG, it's not. It's a multiplayer online game, and it's a downward-looking game where every ability is all action. There's no precision to it. But anyway, when you get to the point where the attackers have started one channel, I've already talked about this on my show once. Once you've started a channel, you should switch respawn points. However, with Ashes of Creation, the defenders can win if they successfully attack the campaign headquarters of the attackers. So this person is like giving opinions about things that aren't even how Ashes is designed. The 3 siege rally points are spots needed to allow siege to move unhindered. It could be fun to have a defending NPC mini-boss of sorts at each of these points that range focus siege in the respect of their zones of influence. Basically, siege deterrents that aren't required to be taken down, but it is strongly advised to do so. This is basically my post, right? This is basically what I said a while ago. Allowing siege players to move without worrying of being targeted by that NPC. Once killed, these points can be captured and used to create siege closer and provide a closer spawn point for the attackers. Well, no, it should be whoever holds those 3 points can respawn there, and I don't think this person has any business doing siege design. Defenders should have objectives as well. Obviously, hold the gate is the main one, but perhaps retaking siege rally points would allow for resources to repair gates or launch counter mechanics. Yes, this is common. This is siege design 101. I should be able to repair my gates and repair my walls. If you don't keep the pressure on, I should be able to fill in the gaps. Should the winning objective be a capture point? Something to kill, destroy a channel? Okay, I honestly have no idea. I think all these should be tested. Okay, I'm done with this thread, because if you're putting the key part of putting forward an idea is that when you put forward the idea, you describe all of it for me. Other ideas not shown on the map can include points in the map or the castle that allow for subterfuge or limited use back entrances. This is a very basic concept, but I hope you all expand on it further so we can give Intrepid plenty of ideas to consider. This is a horrible, okay. This is a horrible post. Have an idea. Have an idea, a flushed out idea. Have a flushed out idea before you make a forum post. This is why I'm never going to grow as a content creator, because I can't not say this. You wasted brain cells of people looking at this. You have a horrible bias. At least you identified your bias at the very beginning. I like small objective based stuff, but I've already detailed out over on my YouTube channel many better ideas for sieges. I think the 3 points on the map should exist. I think those 3 points on the map should affect the siege both directions. If the attackers come out of their castle and capture those 3 siege points, then the clock should start running at double speed. If the defenders hold all 3 spawn points, then the clock should run at half speed, right? I think that if the attackers come out, I don't think the siege campaign headquarters should be vulnerable for the first 20 minutes or 30 minutes of the siege. Because otherwise, if you make the campaign headquarters vulnerable inside the first 30 minutes, then literally all the defenders are ever going to do is just blitz Zerg and push you onto your heels. So the campaign headquarters shouldn't even be vulnerable for 30 minutes. Or there should be a kill count. When you've killed, and we'd have to play with the number, I'm spitballing here. When you've killed the attackers 600 deaths, at 600 deaths is where the siege campaign headquarters becomes vulnerable. I think time is better, because then it stops the other team from trying to seed corpses into the ranks. But I mean, you can look at that a couple of different ways. I think absolutely there should be back doors into the castle. There should be back doors out of the castle. I hate the castle that Intrepid has designed. People who were here for Alpha 1, you know why I hate the castle. It's not big enough. This is the castle that they had. I don't think this castle is even remotely big enough for a 250 versus 250, let alone a 500 versus 500. The castle that wall needs to come way out. Like, that needs to be triple the distance between that outer wall and that inner wall, so that you can actually have some spread out fights. There needs to be 2 ways into the throne room at a minimum. When this zooms in a second, you need to have at least 2 ways into the throne room. You can't just have the 1 way into the throne room, because you're basically creating 3 choke points: that outer gate, that inner gate, and the channel itself. I think once the attackers start to channel the castle, if the attackers have channeled at all, then their campaign headquarters should be secure. You should only be able to end the match when you have, I'm going to call it the initiative. I'm stealing it from Vampire the Masquerade's card game, but when you have the initiative, you can do certain things. If you've channeled, like, because here we go, and I'm going to pause it in here. I'm going to pause it when we get in here. Right here is this inner gate. this inner gate is simply a choke point. You've got to bring your whole attacking army in through that gate to get to the throne, which you channel on. I mean, this is one big kill box. So I think once the attackers have channeled for even 1 second, their campaign headquarters is safe until the defenders channel for 4 minutes. Basically what you're doing here, let me Jahlon Ross some of this up so that you guys can get a visual of what I'm talking about. So real quick, what you have is, we need the pen. Here's the outer wall of the castle, right? Here's that inner fortress. Here's that inner throne room, and here's the channel point, right? You've got the siege campaign headquarters over here, right? This is the attacker respawn. Oops. This is the attacker respawn. In here, you have the defender respawn. And I think the moment that an attacker touches the crystal and does even 1 second of channel, two things happen. Number one, these two switch spots. So the attackers now respawn in the throne room, and the defenders now respawn out here. Number two, the campaign headquarters cannot be attacked. The defenders have to come in here. They have to do a 4-minute channel to purge, purify, sanctify their crystal. And then what that does is they get their respawn back. The attackers get their respawn back. And then the campaign headquarters is vulnerable again. I think that creates what's known as the initiative or the edge, where certain rules are changed based on the stage of the siege. If you allow the defenders to continuously respawn in the throne room, then all they have to do is zombie rush. Because let's say this is a 1-minute run, or let's say that they've got the respawn in the courtyard and this is a 20-second run. If you've got a 5-second respawn and run from the defender's spot, you're always going to have the advantage, especially if the defenders slip a few people out and recap these respawns. Then you're just basically never going to have the manpower. You're losing a war of attrition. Now, I know Intrepid did talk about one thing, and they said respawns aren't going to be automatic. Respawns are going to be on a cycle. So you die, and you might not have a 5-second respawn. You might be on a you might be caught up waiting for 54 seconds until the 60-second respawn cycle is up, and we have to test that. So we need to see how that's going to play out. It's the main art, but look at people like Asmongold. He said the same thing and been the same for years. A lot of people want genuine, edgy, in a mature way. The others just the most vocal. I want to remind people that when looking at talent and how talent has grown, keep in mind Asmongold has been on Twitch. Hasn't he been on Twitch since Justin TV? So there is a huge difference between somebody who's starting now and somebody who's been around forever. Asmongold is basically a household name in WoW. And believe it or not, I thought it was amazing. A lot of the Final Fantasy player base hated the fact that Asmongold came over, and a lot of them had to shut up and eat crow. Did he? Okay, I don't know Asmongold's history. I can only go by what people tell me. That's why I ask. I say, hasn't he been around? If he started in 2014, I mean, you got to remember, if he started in 14, that's 8 years. That's 8 years of growth, man. I hope when I've been streaming for 8 years and stop getting hit in the face by lemons, we'll be able to grow. People don't like being called out when they're wrong. A lot of people think that streamers should fight with the sponges attached to their hands while taking all the abuse in the world. Yeah, I agree with that. He started in 2014, but he also streamed detailed raiding dungeon guides. Yeah, so Google says he started in 2013. Okay, 13, 14. I don't even know why we're talking about Asmongold. But because look at people like Asmongold. Yeah, but it's like I say to people, and this is where a lot of content creators, they're like, I'm gonna grow up to be Shroud. I'm gonna grow up to be Summit. I'm gonna grow up to be Tim the Tatman. I'm gonna grow up to be Asmongold. I'm gonna grow up to be Ninja. And all I say to them is, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're simply not. You're not gonna grow up to be Ninja, right? You're not gonna grow up to be Ninja. You are gonna grow up to be here, and then it's not luck. I hate saying it's luck, because what looks like luck to the outsider is actually the result of hard work and preparation by the person who's hustling. But Ninja has dropped the ball on New Year's Eve in Times Square. He's been on The Masked Singer. He has transcended being a Twitch streamer. I'm not saying he was lucky, but he was in the right place at the right time with the right thing, right? That doesn't mean that there's not a next right time, right place, right thing person. But that shouldn't be what your goal is. If your goal is to grow up to be one of those people, you're probably got your goals set wrong. He's been in NFL's commercials during the Super Bowl. So yeah, exactly. Exactly. I tell people don't, and even I say this, don't worry about, don't worry about growing. Don't worry about being a Twitch partner. Don't worry about being a Twitch affiliate. Worry about growing your community. But all of these streamers that, all these streamers that are in these Twitch or Reddit or Discord, they're like, I need help. What do you need help with? I need help growing. What are you doing to grow? Well, I tweet and I go out on Reddit. How many people you got on your Twitter? 17. Okay, well, that's less than useless then. That's less than useless. You have 17 people on your Twitter. So how many minutes a day are you dedicating to growing your Twitch? I don't want to grow my, or how many minutes a day are you dedicated to growing your Twitter? I don't want to grow my Twitter. Well, then why are you even posting over there? Well, because people told me to. This is the problem we have. This is the problem we have as content creators. I like the invulnerable attackers base idea. Maybe make it 1 hour and then give the defending mayors have a defense upgrade. Oh, no. Rather, we were talking about castle sieges there. Node sieges are a completely different... Node sieges have completely different rules. First of all, having a defense upgrade that you purchase to reduce the attack to siege headquarters to 30 minutes, every mayor will just buy that. That will just be the meta, so there's no point in putting that in. Every mayor will just buy that. With that said, node sieges are a little bit different because they're not equal numbers. So when we talk about node sieges, we don't know enough about node sieges yet to really talk about them because we haven't seen node sieges yet. Because there's those ward captains, those objectives, a lot of things that have been talked about. We can only talk about node sieges on the highest level. Castle sieges we can talk about more in depth because we've seen Intrepid's initial plan and seen how that works. So arenas have an equalizing factor in the fact that everyone starts with a champion that's equal in all aspects. No. Incorrect. Do you think that sieges should start the same and make everyone's character or let people use their characters? Okay, so you're starting with, you're wrong. Arenas don't have a champion. I don't know where you got that. Arenas don't have a champion. Arenas, you go in as you. Gear is not equalized, skill is not equalized, level is not equalized, augments are not equalized. When you drop into the arena, you drop into the arena as you. The only time you don't drop into the arena as you is during the military node mayor fight, and your champions are not equal there either. Your champion is built and geared and outfitted by you because they realize the problem with a one-on-one fight for leadership of a military node is that certain of these classes, Bard is a pure support class. It's not fair to tell 1/8 of the player base you're never going to be the mayor of a military node. You can only be the mayor of the other 3. Fighters, rogues, rangers, mages, and certain summoners would have an advantage. And now you run into the problem of You've said, we're not doing one-on-one balancing. We're not doing one-on-one balancing. We're not doing one-on-one balancing. But we're going to have a one-on-one fight for leadership. So, Intrepid realized we're not going to do one-on-one balancing, but we are going to do champions. And then that way people can make whatever champion they want. So no, everything you said about arenas is wrong. Period. If you make an equalized character for everyone, it promotes tactics. No, it doesn't. That's actually incorrect. Because leadership is organize, train, and equip. In leadership, at the strategic level, at the operational level, and at the tactical level, the strategy level is organize and train and equip the military to have better firepower than every other nation on the planet. Why does the United States military spend like $1 trillion on acquisitions for military hardware? Because we're dealing with, we're pushing 7th gen fighter technology right now. And we're talking 3rd gen stealth bomber technology. And other countries can barely put up enough planes. Like, the only reason why China has a dominant air power is because they can put up so many planes. Basically, for every Raptor we have, every Raptor pilot has to go 8 for 8 on air-to-air missiles and then still dogfight 4 fighters. Well, you're talking 12 MiGs per 1 Raptor. Those aren't great odds. Those aren't great odds for those Raptor pilots. Who picks Bard and wants to be mayor of a military node? Think about that. You can't change your primary class. So, you can't change your primary class. So you're saying, I want to be a support character in my adventuring class, but in my political aspirations, I'm limited to being a mayor of one of 3 nodes. So, am I missing? Yeah, I saw the question. Am I missing something? Why do you want to be the mayor of, or why do you want to be the ruler of a castle? Because being the ruler of a castle makes you the monarch of the region. On this map, there are 5 regions. We don't have the region markers. And all of this is over at Ashes 101, where I talk about the world and regions. Because remember, the world is divided into economic regions, castle regions, nodes, continents. There's a lot of ways the world is divvied up. The leader of the castle is the monarch for a region, and they make regional decisions. They levy taxes. The tax caravans weekly are events there. The node build up weekly. So being the guild leader who being the guild leader of the garrison who owns the castle gives that guild leader a lot of power. Is the Your Name post the same written? Yeah, it basically my videos I'm in the process of doing that content creator guide over, but if you like watching the videos, just watch the videos. If you put me on ×2, I'm a sexy ass chipmunk. Bard may have serious combat buffs. Maybe the person playing the Bard isn't great at PvP, but an absolute beast at tactics. Sure. Now, with that said, if they're not the best at PvP, then that Bard is probably not going to be the mayor of the military node. However, what if you take a person like me who takes whatever role my guild needs? I pick my characters, I pick my class based on what my guild needs, what my static, I shouldn't say my guild. Let me strike that from the record. I take the role that my static needs. With that said, I want to be the mayor. I'm the guild leader, but I'm a bard because that's what my 8-man static needs. Well, now I'm screwed. Oh, wait, Steven recognized that. We're gonna do champions. Oh, well, now I can build a whatever champion. I can still be the mayor of the node. If bard is weak, then scale its damage higher for military mayor fights only. Why make a new system for it? Because you can't just scale its damage higher for military mayor fights. Because now you're talking about the fact that you're not balancing these classes for 1v1. It is easier to make a system. First of all, I think you're right. They don't need to make an entire new system. They just need to come up with a new mayor election system. I think there are ways to do the mayor election system differently. You're going to have a PvP season that exists already. Why build a champion system? If I am a citizen of the node by the sea, and the node by the sea is a military node, I go to the boss, I go to the box, I go to the whoever, and I say, I'm competing for mayor this election cycle. And it has all the people that are competing for mayor. Just like the divine nodes are based on PvE quests, make the mayor system for the military nodes based on your PvP season ranking. Now, somebody's going to say, well, what about manipulation of the PvP season ranking? Well, fucking tada. If you decide to dump this champion system, you make the military nodes the citizen with the highest PvP season ranking. Now you look at all the places that, the PvP season can be manipulated. Now you're killing two birds with one stone. You're doing 5 whys. You're doing root problem analysis. They could use the bounty hunting rank. No, they couldn't, because now you're telling me in order to be the mayor of the military node, I must be a bounty hunter. You're crossing over my political aspirations with my adventuring class in a very meta way. If you do it on PvP season, then it's the same as doing it with, it would be the same as doing it with, appreciate that, quests, but there's lots of pieces of the PvP season. I can do arenas, I can do sieges, I can do wars, I can do caravans, I can do caravan defense, I can do caravan theft. So, and if you rebalance the whole class, new gear will be a thing, and that's just better, or to have champions here. Yeah, it's going to be rough. Be the mayor's consigliere, maybe. Well, there are going to be other officer positions in the node. Is this theoretical, or will Ash's creation restrict who can be mayor? Well, this isn't theoretical. This is the problems that we're talking about. These are the problems we're talking about with the military nodes. So, fucking tada is your new favorite quote. I'm glad. The economic node and the divine node have a lot of time investment to get elected. Military node is spend a day to do champion battle to be mayor. Scientific could be a longer endeavor because you have to earn the favor of citizens. True. Based on my knowledge, what is my preferred node type? I don't have one because it would be biased, because we never got the military or the divine node blogs. So, where are those blogs? Marketing department. Chop chop. Chop chop. That's what I would like. That's what 2022 should have. 2022 should have the military node blog, the divine node blog, the champion system described. The cosmetic squared away. Maybe party versus party with the rest becoming generals. Nodes don't have generals. Nodes don't have generals because well, I guess nodes do go to war. That could work. That could work because nodes do go to war. Nodes go to war with each other. I do want to remind people, a lot of people don't understand this. Your node citizenship is your highest allegiance. Your node citizenship is your highest allegiance. So if you're in a node and it's at war with another node, you'll be at war with your guild members if they live in different nodes. Do nodes generate income? Yes, taxes. Mayors cannot access the tax money for their own pocket. The only people that can access money in their own pocket are the monarchs. But they have the thing that the tax wagons have to make their way up to the three castle nodes. You cannot steal the tax caravans of your own region. So you're either going to be one of those people who is dedicated to making sure the taxes get to your king, or you're going to be one of the people that go over the border and steal other people's taxes, or you're going to be one of those people that notifies your friends who live in another region where your tax wagons are so they can come and steal them. How are they spent? Node development, node buildings. Like I was the mayor in Alpha 1 of a node for a little bit, and it takes money to build the buildings, and then the mayors can give rewards for people who improve the node. So I get that it is designed, but do you think that there will be a hard sell for players trumping their allegiance to guild? No, it won't. Because The problem with games is that games have watered down all of the meaning, all of the significant decision making. Games constantly water down choice. Unlike the Matrix, where the Matrix tells you that it's a choice, the problem is choice, even if it's only an illusion of choice. That's not true. You need to feel like your choice is meaningful. You need to feel like your choice is significant. If you don't get that, wow, we've got a lot of tokens. If you don't get that my choice was meaningful, then you tend to just become honestly, I'm not going to spare any feelings here. If you feel that the choices don't matter, you become a fucking sheeple, and you literally become a zergling to your guild leader's whims and desires. When choice matters, friction is the canvas that good stories are told on. If you are constantly just being a good boy or a good girl and doing whatever, just doing whatever you're told, well, you're not gonna find choice meaningful, because your guild leader is gonna say, you're living in this node. You're living in this node because I said so. You're doing this because I said so. You're doing that because I said so. I gotta put these down in the next 5 matches. Get my credit for the new season. There. There are people who I played Arcade with who literally didn't know how to do anything in Arcade other than exactly what the class officer told them. They didn't know why their builds did X. They didn't know why abilities did Y. They literally just knew their rotation. That's being a cog in somebody else's machine. Even in EVE Online, which I regard EVE Online as the premier sandbox, right? I regard EVE as the premier sandbox. I gotta reset that. Whoa. Settle down. But yeah, I regard EVE as the premier sandbox game. And even in EVE, there is no real the cogs in the machine rebel. But what if you live in the node by the sea? And you live in the node by the sea for several reasons. Number one, you live in the node by the sea because your work involves being, why do you live in the node by the sea? Because you happen to be a shipbuilder. So you've spent the time, effort, energy, and resources to be a master shipbuilder. But in order to exercise your craft, you need to live in a node with a harbor. And so your guild leader says, we're going to siege that node by the sea because it's in the way of our grand plan for the continent. And you're like, hold on a second. I live in the node by the sea because it has a harbor. I have worked really hard with the mayor to make sure the mayor keeps a thieves guild as the social organization of choice in that guild. I've worked really hard with the religious leadership to make sure that religion number 4 is the one with the temple. I have worked really hard from launch until now working with this particular node. I live in this node because it's a divine node and I'm a healer and I get certain augments from being a citizen here. And your guild leader says, well, yeah, but we're still going to burn it to the ground. And you say, well, then on Sunday, I have no choice. I'm automatically registered as a defender. So I'm going to be there defending my home. This is conflict. This is conflict. I don't have the time to help a few friends learn MMO basics, specifically how to spec builds. Where would you recommend I send them? Right here. This is where you send them. You send them right here to me, ashes101.com, to learn about the game, and then you send them to my stream, and you send them to my Discord, and they can ask as many questions as they want. That right there, what you just asked, is what I do for a living. I do the heavy lifting so you don't have to. Hey man, I'm really excited about Ashes of Creation and I got like 500 questions. I don't have time for 500 questions. Jay does. That's what Jay does. But, so when people say the citizenship trumping the guild membership, shouldn't your home be your primary concern? Should I make a build for templates when A2 comes live? We'll talk about the templates. We'll talk about that. Not right now because I'm not really working. I mean, you know that they still could change a bazillion things. So I want them to make some final decisions before we start to make some final decisions. But I think your home should mean more than your guild. You own a mansion inside that node. That node's level 6. It magically upgraded. It's level 6. You own a mansion. You're going to let your guild destroy the node that you own a mansion in? I don't think so. I don't think so. What do we want here? We want we'll put this one up so that people can see the old footage and then we'll switch to the new footage. Think about how good all this is going to look with Unreal Engine 5. Let's see. What else do we got? I want to check the Reddit. I hope experimenting with builds is viable and not one-way road of X build being the only one that's good. I mean, that's impossible. There can't be one build fits all because of the very nature of this class system. My ability to change my damage output through secondary archetype gear enhancements and augments means you can be a ranger and be a ranger mage for a scion and you're not doing physical damage anymore. You're doing magical damage. So where those plate wearers aren't afraid of archers because archers can't do enough physical damage to plate wearers. Well, you have like the quick story in Arcage. There was a point in time where we would put together a 26-person raid in Arcage. And we had one blighter, and we had one cleric, and we had 24 archers. Everybody was archer-based. Now, there were people that were archer-based with occultism. There were people that were archer-based with healing. There were people that were archer-based with other bits and pieces, but literally we were archer-based. It infuriated people because we were so mobile. The blighter would go in, chain one person out, and then we would be going in 3 or 4 different directions. We weren't a ball. So we were facing mage balls, and there was nothing for them to ball up on. Now, unfortunately, due to changes with Arcage and their inability to balance anything, archers got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed until they were no longer effective. But if people get caught up on the meta, I'm going to guarantee you the majority of the time, when people say this game is meta and there's only one viable build, it has nothing to do with the game and it has to do with the sheeple. It has to do with the sheeple. Remember, do you guys remember when, if you played WoW, and you were a mage, you played Arcane. Right when Wrath the Lich King came out, if you were playing mage, you were playing Arcane Mage. Well, I went to a Nax run once and I hadn't respect Arcane. I was Frost. And my raid leader was like, dude, really, Frost? And I was like, man, I'm going to be in the top 5 of damage anyway. And my raid leader was like, how are you in the top 5 of damage as a Frost Mage? And I was like, because it does just as much damage. It just does magic. It just does a little less bursty burst. But sustained, it does its thing. And plus the fact that, you know, the guy after patchwork in the sewer with the ads in the back, I'm on one side, the Frost Elemental's on the other side, and when the ads come, I Frost Nova, it Frost Novas, and everything's kept at the back. I don't care that my DPS was like 600 lower that night. The utility of that alone was worth it. People get caught up in the, this is what's meta. This is what's meta. I used to go off meta just to piss people off, and I was almost always in the top 3. Yeah, I mean, you know, people get caught up, and they're like, you got to play the meta. Some interesting player-created content there. Does the guild kick the player out that fights against them? Does the player try to gain influence within the guild and change their plans? Yeah, you're absolutely right. So when you put the power back into the hands of the individual player instead of only in the guild leader, what if it's not just 1 or 2 people? What if your guild, what if 50% of your guild, well, not 50% because then the guild leader would be an idiot. What if 30% of your guild lived in the node by the sea? Is your guild leader a smart guild leader to burn down the homes of 30% of its membership? And I would say that guild leader should get ready to lose about 15% of his guild. So I meant something like that, nothing stupidly off the system, but like maybe take 1 less damage skill that's not in the guides from mobile only to... Oh yeah, I mean, there are always people who want a full build. If I build you a build for any game, I will not build you the entire build. So I'll give you a build, like in Arcade, 27 points. I'll assign like 23 or 24 of them, and then I'll say, you need to pick up 1 more ability in this because you need this passive that you get at X number of points. You need to pick up 1 more in this skill tree. And people would be like, well, why can't you just give me the full build? And I was like, because I don't know your play style. I don't know exactly which one of these is going to be the best fit for you. I don't like cookie cutter builds, because if you give somebody a complete cookie cutter build and you map out their rotations, then when they make any sort of nerfs to the game, that person is completely useless. You have to understand. It's like George Carlin said about playing the blues. It's not about what notes that need to be played. It's about knowing why they need to be played. You need to know why you have all those abilities. You need to know why 97% of people take this ability, and you need to know why 3% of the people don't. All I need is skills, true explanation, not just what the skill is. Yeah. Like, did you know that there were abilities in Arcade that healers didn't know what they did, and so they never took them, and they're like, oh, I can't believe you took this ability. I can't believe you don't take this ability. Do you think the area in the UE5 map... Do I think the area in the Unreal Engine 5 video is on the world map or a separate area? Pass. I can't answer that question, because I don't know what the publicly known answer is, so pass. I'll look at builds so I can see all the applicable modifiers, then I mix and match till it fits my playstyle. I look at all of the builds so I know what the builds are out there, and then I design builds that break the meta builds, because I'm like, if 95% of the people I'm going to run into are going to be running this build, then where's the hole in it? By the way, folks, recognize that the majority of the builds in a game come from the same 5 or 6 or 10 top tier players. I want you to ask yourself a question. Why do top tier players put out full cookie cutter builds? So that they know exactly what they have to counter. Most cookie cutter builds from the top tier players have an inherent flaw in them. Because if the top tier players were giving you the top tier builds, how do they remain top tier players? Well, they're the one that invented it. You're right. Because they invented it and they put the hole in it. They put the failsafe in it. They know what is in there. It's like, I play Heroes of the Storm, and people often laugh at my builds. And then at the end of the game, I have like max damage, max siege damage, max XP. And I'm like, yeah, still don't like my build? And they're like, I don't understand. You're right. You don't understand because you're not used to seeing the character played this way. You're used to following the cookie cutter meta. If you get people in the plus 90% picking the same skills, why have skill tree at all? I agree with that. I absolutely agree with you. Those people look for another guide, though. I had a friend like that. Just follow the guide that works. The end. He had valid arguments. I just thought it was super boring. Absolutely. This is my take on cookie cutters. They will help the average player do okay in all categories, but not necessarily be in the top percent. Absolutely. Cookie cutter builds are great to give to somebody to say, hey, as you're getting started, here's your cookie cutter build, but you definitely have to tweak this to your own individual playstyle. Once the secret sauce is leaked, there's already another secret sauce in the kitchen. You know, guys, did you ever, and this is a funny, ironic, this is the shower thoughts. Did you notice that in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, there were all these advertisements, emails, posters on light poles that says, work from home, make $3,000 a week? And did you notice that since the start of COVID, all of those work from home, make $3,000 a year scams have all disappeared because they all got too much light shined on them and they all got investigated? Let me tell you this. I love my community. I love you all. You are all amazing people. You guys are great. You're my community. But if I had a way to make $3,000 a week working from home, I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell you. Because I would tell Wolfus, I would tell Sapphire, I would tell my nephews that have bad jobs, I would tell my nieces that have bad jobs, I would tell my kids, and I'd say, hey, you can make $3,000 a week working from home. If somebody really genuinely had a way to make $3,000 a week from home, they wouldn't be telling you how to do it. They would be telling their geesh, their core of friends, how to do it. That is why P.T. Barnum, a sucker is born every minute. All of those things went away because the government was like, oh, maybe we should start investigating these now that people are getting scammed. That's all great for games which don't have online statistics available, which I hope Ashes of Creation doesn't do. Games like WoW and League of Legends, you can find the best builds by looking at millions of data points from all players. Yeah, but WoW and League of Legends, you can only find... Don't people have to opt into that? So, what do I think about enchanting over enchanting? Actually, yeah, as Threather just posted, I just did an entire video on enchanting and over enchanting. I think the punchline of the joke is I think over enchanting has to exist in the game because I think there has to be some level of item destruction. Otherwise, this system breaks down. And if this system breaks down, then this system breaks down. I heard what people's responses were, and I gotta say this, and this is where I lose fans. Some of you need to put your jock strap or your big girl panties on, and you need to realize that item destruction is a thing. No, it's API, yeah, but do you have to opt into it? That's my question. Like EVE Online has API, but if you don't opt into like Z Killboard or you don't opt into the character census, then your API isn't loaded. No opt option? Okay. That's all I needed to know. This last option is how low level items stay relevant. Instead of a blue flower, hey, thanks for stopping by today. Instead of a blue flower becoming a blue dye that becomes a blue powder, that's the end of it. The blue flower becomes the blue dye, which becomes the blue powder, and the blue powder is a requirement in black powder, and the black powder is a requirement in red powder. So you need to have all the other ones. Okay, so if there's no opt out, then that's a stupid that's a stupid system, and that's where Blizzard and League of Legends need to alter how they do business. Even then, people purposely create guides anyway. I mean, true. You see the new cosmetics? The Ice Fox is cool, but it's locked behind a $150 paywall. Yep, again. Talked about it at the beginning of the show. I do not know why. I do not know why. Oh, why? Oh, why? I do not know why. Intrepid has a paywall. These things don't add up. And so it leaves people wondering, why do you say that your project is fully funded and then put your ability to help fund the project behind a crazy amount of paywall? It's like, this is the dog that doesn't hunt. He is a dapper fellow. He stands around and he doesn't do any hunting. The dog doesn't hunt. And it's one of the things it's one of the things that they need to... The marketing department should stop doing marketing, and it should start doing community management, and it should start doing community polling and community research. And you have a mailing list. You have a mailing list of thousands of people. Let me see if I can bring this up, because I want to just show polling data. Oh, wrong channel. I have so many of them. So I do this, then I do this. And give me what I want, even remotely. Should Steven take on the role of lead game designer? 31% say yes, 69% say no. Should over-enchanting failures result in item destruction? 28% say yes, 59% say no, 14% say depends on a certain variable. How should Intrepid do the artisan system? Master one side, but master everything on that side. Master one side, but master only a few things, 55%. And then when you add in master one side, you take 55 and 14 and you're at 69%. Master one chain, 16%. Master everything on one character, 15%. This is important stuff, but now imagine if this was based on more than 441 votes. Imagine if the marketing department, instead of trying to sell you Amway products in every monthly newsletter, they put one poll in it. And they said, like, we're going to have a dev discussion on the forums. Yeah, guess what? You're getting one type of respondent. You're requiring respondent data. A lot of people won't go answer a forum poll because they don't want to write. But why not do a poll question every month? Why not create a 5-question poll and send it out to your mailing list? Oh, because we might not sell cosmetics that way. What is the right size for a fight in PvP? 50 versus 50, 100 versus 100, 300 versus 300. Only 4% of people responding think 500 versus 500 is a good idea. This is based on 748 votes, but now we have 38% saying as big as we make it, which bumps 500 versus 500 effectively up to 42%. See, we've got the numbers. What type of combat do you want in Ashes? Straight tab, tab enhanced, action camera, precision action, some hybrid. Why in God's green earth is the marketing department not capitalizing on the fact that they have access to a mailing list of more than 4 million people? Well, I don't know if 4 million people are on the mailing list who haven't opted out of it. I see a good question. Let's see. What happens when one team can't get 500? They're screwed, as they should be. If it's a 500 versus 500 fight for a castle, if you're the monarch and you bring 500 of your best warriors, you bring the 300 Spartans, the 50 from the Iron Islands, and the 150, pug uglies, then you have your 500 people. If the attackers can only rally 200 people, if I'm the monarch and I have 500 defenders and you can only rally 200, and you send me a PM that says, hey, can you only field 200 so we can have a good fight? I'm gonna be like Violent J from ICP, and I'm gonna be like, ha 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 ha. Fuck no. If I'm the attacker and I have 500 and you're the monarch and you have 100, I'm gonna say I'll spare you the embarrassing YouTube video. Just hand me the castle. Just get out of my way and let me walk in and channel. It's 500 versus 100. I'm taking your castle. I'm taking your house. But there are going to be people on both sides of that equation that complain. I wonder if other nodes can merc in. Are you talking castle versus castle? Because castle versus castle is 250 or 500. There are no limits to node sieges. So if the node by the sea gets attacked and I'm a really good mayor, I might have 2,000 defenders because people all over the map are like, you know what? We really like that node. That node is set up well. It's got everything we want. There's good economics there. It's great for pirates. Jay doesn't turn away bloody merchandise. And so I get war decked and I say, okay, guys, I got my node got sieged. I may have half the server come up to defend it. 2,000 defenders, 0.1 frames per second. I mean, I'm sorry that you're playing a potato, but you can make node sieges. Node sieges you can make a high count because they can do those ward objectives, and they can put each one of those wards on an instance, not an instance, a seamless instance server. Random segue, if you don't mind, was talking to a friend, keeping him up to date on Ashes, and we got to talking about RMT prevention, and he wondered how Intrepid would counter some of the sneakier tactics, like guild invite starter packs or raffles. Any ideas? Why would you stop those? That's not RMT. A guild invite starter pack isn't RMT. Raffles aren't RMT. So, right? When I get feedback requests in my email for some reason, I'll spend 5 minutes to click a few buttons, but I'll never go to the Tesco forums to discuss their site layout or something. I'm just too lazy. Exactly. You like these background tunes? These background tunes are all owned by me, and I make them available to everybody via PGN Music, the YouTube channel, which if you all could click on that right now and subscribe, it costs you nothing, but it helps get that YouTube channel monetized so we can make more music. And then if you want it on the go, you can go to Spotify. You can also find PGN Music on Amazon, iHeartRadio. Anywhere you listen to music, PGN Music is there with all of this music. So, thank you for pointing that out. You're welcome. I mean, I pay you money, you invite me to the guild and give me gold, and I leave after a while. Okay? How do you stop that? When you can tell me how to stop that, then let me know. It's like this, ready? And people don't like this, and I'll tell you. Wolfus Moon wants to play Ashes of Creation, but she can't afford the subscription. So I know Wolfus Moon personally. I walk up to her and I hand her $15 a month for her subscription. And then Wolfus Moon knows she has to farm me 10,000 gold a month. That's RMT. It's real world trading, but since it's two separate transactions, you can't ever stop it. You can't stop 100% of RMT. So I have a Ryzen 9 5900 and an RX 6900 with my 64 gigs. You're a streamer with an AMD graphics card. What is wrong with you? And you only have a Ryzen 9 5950, or you have a 5900. Where's your 5950? Get on the level. Come on. You can stop that by telling all guilds is going around and abusing guilds for his personal gain, and he doesn't help out. And you hope the reputation takes care of the actions. No, the problem is that wouldn't work that way. Because Ventharian gives me $200. Ventharian gives me $200 real world money. And he joins my guild. And because of that, in game I say, oh, like, the way you get around it is in guild we have several messages. Ventharian contacts me and says, hey Jay, I'd love to join your guild, but what are you gonna do? I'm a free agent. Well, I'm like, oh, how about a signing bonus of 100,000 guild? What about a signing bonus of 100,000 guild? And he's like, yeah, that'll work. Well, then out of game Ventharian sends me $300. And then when Ventharian joins my guild, I give him 100,000 gold. But all the in-game logs are going to show that I've been poaching this person. I've been recruiting this person. Then Ventharian comes to a couple of sieges with us, a couple of wars, and sends a message to me, hey, my contract's up. Are you renewing my contract? No, I'm not renewing your contract. Then Ventharian leaves guild. How is the heat map gonna even see that? The heat map will see the 100,000 the heat map will see the 100,000 gold transfer, but when the automated system flags that and a GM goes in and looks at that, the GM's gonna be like, oh, it's a signing bonus in game. I want to know your opinion. Is it worth it to get a 27-inch 4K 144 hertz screen, or is that overkill? My first question is, why do you want to spend that much money on a 27-inch monitor? I mean, it's your money. Get what you want. But yeah, if you're going to get a 4K, get a bigger than a 27-inch 4K. Benchmarks show that the 6900 is sometimes even better than the 3090. No, the fuck it's not. People need to know your hardware. People need to know your hardware. No, the 6900 XT is never better than the 3090 because a 3090 that's being benchmarked by gamers is being benchmarked by gamers. They're only stressing one half of the chip. It can beat it in some games. Oh my God, Zetrix, you're supposed to be my fucking tech support guy. No, it doesn't fucking. You don't buy a fucking 3090 to fucking play games with. Holy fuck. You do not buy a 3090 to play games with. You buy a 3090 as a streamer card. Unless you're benchmarking it as a streamer card, the benchmarks are fucking bullshit. What about a 3090 that's got a screwdriver through one of the fans? You guys got to realize when you say this stuff, when you say this stuff, you look fucking stupid. Okay? You don't compare a 3090 as a gaming card because it's not a gaming card. A 3080 and a 3090 are both work cards. A 5950 is a work chip. You don't compare them. A 3090 is not for a gamer, but a gamer 3090 is not being utilized because the game doesn't use that technology. So what you're saying is it's better to bring a cricket bat to a baseball game because a cricket bat is bigger, so you're gonna have an easier time hitting the ball. The fuck is this logic? This is why a lot of you need to not talk. A lot of you need to think about what you're gonna say and realize I'm about to say something. A 3090, you don't compare 3090 gaming against, if it's not utilized, like I'm using a 3090 and it's not doing really well on a 1997 game. Well, you know. So what is a gaming one? The 3070s and below. 3070s and below are is as much as you need as a gamer. If you're buying a 3080 or a 3090, my question for you is, are you ever going to be working with a lot of graphical assets? Are you going to be a mesh modeler in Unity? Are you going to be streaming? Why are you buying that much power? Why are you buying that much power? Because chances are you don't need that much power. Because it's gonna do a bunch of stuff. It's gonna do a bunch of stuff for you, and then it's gonna be sitting in the corner not doing that. Oh, I can't drop a musketeer for this fight. Make sure you're buying what you need. It's like the people who buy the camera with like the 9,000 setting. It's like somebody who buys a camera with a changeable lens, and then they only have one lens in their bag, and you're like, why? What are you doing? Why do you have this expensive? Why'd you spend $1,000 more on your camera and you don't have different lenses? Well, I haven't learned how to use different lenses yet. Then why did you buy the fucking camera? I'm just starting with photography. Then why did you buy a professional camera? Well, I want to be able to grow into it. 6 months later, that camera sitting in the corner. Okay, Zetrix, look at what you just said. A 3090 is beating a 6900 in most scenarios and usually by a large amount. But in some games with bad optimization, the 6900 might win. No, the 6900 didn't win. The 6900 didn't win. If you're going to say, the game isn't optimized, then why are you benchmarking against it? A 5 foot flat person won a foot race because all of the tunnels are 5 foot. The 5 foot person can run straight up. The 6'2" guy has to crawl. Like, come on now. Can a 3070 run 4K, 120, 144 hertz though? I thought that's where the 3080 would come in. I think so. Yeah, the 3070 at the RTX 3070 coupled with the 140. Yeah, 4K at 144 hertz. Yep, 3070 will do that. 3090 is old news. You need a 3090. Yeah, why the hell do you need a 3090 Titan now? So, though I don't have bad frames per second in New World on ultra settings, except in town, it drops to 35 to 40. New World is also an unoptimized mess. A 3090 makes better frames per second than a 3060, but it's not worth the price for that. No, it doesn't, Sneckers. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't. A 3090 doesn't. Well, a 3060, probably. A 3070, no. A 3070, no. Because the power in the 3090 has nothing to do at that point. So when people say that, my response is, and you're wrong. That the 3090 is so expensive because look at how powerful the encoding chip is, and look at how powerful the decoding chip is. Okay? If you're not streaming, half of the power of your card is doing nothing. If you're not streaming, your encoding chip is doing nothing. If you're not recording, your encoding chip is literally sitting there doing nothing. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to read to the end because if the first part of your sentence is flawed, I'm not going to read to the end. I'm going to address the flaw. But I've chosen RX 6900 and a Ryzen 9 because I used to have a game, Discord stream, and a lot of open tabs and Unity open at the same time. So Intel was not a choice. I didn't say anything about your CPU. I said your GPU. Zetrix, I'm not misunderstanding you. Zetrix, what I'm saying is what you're saying is complete. Zetrix, what you're saying is bullshit. Okay, I'll just say it to you nicely. What you're saying is bullshit. You're saying a 3090 gets outperformed by a 6900 in a game that's not optimized. My response to you is, why the fuck are you comparing a 3090 to an unoptimized game? That's what I'm telling you. You're a really smart dude who says really stupid shit. Okay, I like you. You do all my web design work for me, but you're saying a 3090 is going to get outperformed by a 6900. You said it. Where did you say it? You said a 3090 is beating a 6900 in most scenarios, and usually by a large amount, especially in workload. But in some games with bad optimization, the 6900 might win. That's what you said. You said it at 11:05 my time. So roll up there. So that's my point. If you're saying in this third standard deviation exemption over here on an unoptimized game, this card is better, then I say, great. I'm going to throw out your example. There's a reason why we don't argue to the third standard deviation. We argue to the first and second standard deviations because that's the majority percentage. I'm sure out there somewhere, for example, a game in development, Ashes of Creation, ran like dog crap on my 3090. You guys, if you were here for Alpha 1, I was crashing all the time. I sent in a message to Steven and I said, hey, why am I crashing all the time? And I said, he said, yeah, we're aware of the 12 of you. You're using 60% of your 3090 on your GPU, and the 6900, the 3090 was sleeping, but it lost it. But it's, dude, you're so far over the place now. Just stop. User benchmark is yes. You don't use guys. If you're talking about a 3080 or a 3090 or a 5950, do not use user benchmark, because the average user benchmark, okay, the average user benchmark for those three pieces of hardware are not testing the hardware appropriately. Okay, people are like, oh my god, I paid $500 for 22% performance, because the benchmark isn't testing the cards as streamer cards. It's testing the cards for standard utilization like gamers would. If you want to know how your 3090 is performing, here, fuck it, let's just do this. Let's just do this right now. My GPU right now, because I'm not playing a game, my GPU right now is 19 to 20% encoding and 6% decoding. I have so much overhead to spare right now, But what people do is they look at the 3D part of your card and they're like, oh my God, your 3090 is being utilized at 68%. No, that's the 3D part of it. What's the encoding chip doing? What is the decoding chip doing? What is the dedicated GPU memory usage doing? What is the shared GPU memory doing? These are the things you need to look at, and these are the things that user benchmark isn't going to test. And so when people say, oh, well, this card's better, I would never use a 6900 XT if I did anything 3D rendering or video rendering. I would agree with you. But then we start talking about, like, when I see people say to a gamer, buy a 5950 and a 3090, and I say, oh, whoa, pump the fucking brakes a second. How much work are you doing? Oh no, it's just my gaming machine. Why are you putting like almost $2,000 of hardware in there? And straight in games, RX 6900 XT sometimes gets better results than the 3090. Give me a game where the 6900 XT is getting better results than the 3090. If you're gonna say a game, tell me which game. So then I can look at the individual game and I can find out what its optimization is. Bentharian, the because I can is why you've got gamers who have Threadrippers. It's when we have games and we have gamers who have Threadrippers and they're like, I don't understand why my performance is so bad. It's like, great, why do you have a Threadripper? Depends if we consider DLSS or not. It doesn't matter if you're considering DLSS or not. You said there are games where the 6900 XT gets better results than the 3090. Give me the name of the game. You don't see what you're doing right now is now you're moving goalposts because I want to look at the games. So just tell me the game where the 6900 XT gets better results so that we can look at the optimization, because the problem there is going to be the optimization. The problem will be the optimization. It'll be like Alpha 1, where Steven was aware that the 12 users with 3090s and a handful of the super 2080 users, they were like like having problems, and it was because Steven's like, we're aware of it and we're gonna work on it. We're gonna get to it. See right there, the site can I bring this up? Let's try to bring this up because I like this one. Oh, sorry, can't go on. Enough is enough. We're moving off graphics cards. We are moving off of graphics cards. That face. My viewer rewards. There we go. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Let's see. Oh, where were we? Oh, I did want to point something funny out on Reddit. This made me smile. Why is it when I post stuff on Reddit, I get no upvotes on the Ashes of Creation community, but somebody made a comment on my one of my videos, right? Somebody made a comment on one of my videos, and we were talking about the lead game designer, right? When discussing the prospect of a new lead game designer, please, Steven, don't. I've also been thinking this for the past month or so, and especially since the last live stream. I'm happy as long as they don't bring in John Schmedley. He ruined EverQuest, and more recently, we have seen how New World turned out. In John's defense, John has nothing to do with New World directly, but he is at Amazon Game Studios. John Schmedley, the man with the reverse Midas touch. Everything that's gold that Schmedley touches turns to liquid shit. 188 upvotes. Why didn't I get those 188 upvotes? The person actually takes my comment, puts it out there, and I don't get the karma. What the hell is that? And then I put up videos, and what does my karma go down to? Like I lose karma posting in I seriously lose karma posting in The Ashes of Creation category. Who should be the new lead game designer? 0. Should failure equal breakage? 3. Oh, parkour got 13 upvotes, so that's doing okay. Yeah. John Schmedley. John Schmedley. I don't even know why. I do not know why. He's even there. By the way, for that video, Billy Cool, look at the date of the video. Look at the date on the video. You mean the 6900 XT had higher frames per second in the December 2020 benchmark before the 3090 got all of its patches? I mean, you always, I mean, it's bad that you even linked that video. But it's also the flaw of Reddit, or I'm sorry, the flaw of YouTube. What's up on YouTube is up on YouTube forever. So somebody puts out something in the first 3 months, both have improved it. So you post a video that's flawed, they've both improved, but do you have a more recent than 13-month-old video? That's the problem. What's up on the internet is there forever. So, what's up on YouTube is up there forever. With that said, hey, wait a minute. Did we? 19 out of 30, guys. I'm so happy. We got another captain. You guys know down below. Down below, I have a link to World of Warships. World of Warships sponsored my show yesterday. They're sponsoring my show tomorrow. They're sponsoring my show on Saturday. We've already made quite a bit of money. So I want to thank all the people who have signed up for World of Warships and given it a try. We've got 19 out of 30 captains. If we get another 11 captains to try, we get paid even more money. So awesome for them. Awesome for all those people that are helping me out. Let's see. Sorry, arranging lunch. As you guys know, I currently am, I'm currently suffering from some medical issues, and I have to eat at a regular basis. And Tamira's doing her job. Tamira's she was a med tech in the military, so it's really nice. It's really nice living with a med tech. Really, really nice because they take really good care of you. So. Yeah, all you had to do was beat the first round AI and buy a ship, and I got credit. Yep. That is what I got credit for that. So, what do you think about the wall connections in the castle on the sides after the main wall? On the left side, that little rampway, I think it's a good idea, except I hate the castle. I hate the castle from Alpha 1. I think the castle is horribly laid out. I think they need to do a lot of work with it. I think it's too short. The courtyard is too narrow. I think the entire map is too small. If you're going to have 250 versus 250, that is 250 versus 250 is a lot of people. 250 versus 250 is a lot of people. So you need to make sure that there's enough room for 250 versus 250. Otherwise, you end up with just a Zerg ball. There was no weird thing on the right wall. There was no weird thing on the right wall. What are you talking about? Like, when you're over there, the right wall doesn't have that connection up to that main area. I don't think that's going to get shown. it'll get shown here. Yeah, it was only the one connection. It's over. I think this will. Hold on. I think this zooms in. Nope. So right. So you're talking about right back there on the left. On the left, there's that little walkway that comes up to this courtyard area, and then there's a second row of ballistas. So when you come in here, are you talking about those two paths on the left and the right? Or are you talking about the ones underneath? I need to know. I wish that we could go in there and like play around with it. Content creators have access to the map or something, so when people want to talk about it, we can talk about it. So. Also, I think that those two underground tunnels, there needs to be a way up into the main castle. But yeah, ultimately, this courtyard is too narrow this is too small for even for a 250 versus 250. Look at how small the distance is between the gate and the next one in. I'm assuming the attacker, a 4-minute channel. The attackers have to get into this gate and then to that throne and have to channel for 4 minutes. Yeah, the paths up from the main walls to the inner. The paths from the main walls to the inner wall up against the mountain. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's a whole. I think that's just I think it's a horrible map design. Are you able to interrupt while channeling? The only way to interrupt the channeler is to kill them. You cannot CC the channeler. The channeler must be killed. So, pretty standard channel mechanic. So, pretty standard channel mechanic, because if all you have to do is CC them, then it's really easy to interrupt the channel. You just literally have people spam AoE fear, and then the person can never get a channel off. Anyway, I need to walk out of the room real quick. Do we know if we have battle res? Yes, there is battle res. You can revive. I shall be right back. Too many bottles of water already. Alrighty. You cannot CC the channeler. Yeah. You have to kill him. Channeling for 4 minutes doesn't really seem that engaging. Sorry, tanks, go make a sandwich. Nope. There's only 2 people that can channel. The only 2 people that can channel are the guild leader and 1 designated officer. So the guild leader of the person. Okay, the guild leader who dropped the flag, 1 of his designated officers, or the guild leaders of any mercenary companies and their 1 designated officer. That's why bringing mercenaries to attack a castle might be dangerous. This feels like it's going to be when the attackers wipe the defenders. Then the defenders have to quickly wipe them to get to the channeler. Yep, that's how it was in Arcade. It is how it was in Arcade. You once the castle was being channeled, it was a race against the clock to get a wipe, and then to get a wipe and then get to the channeler. I remember several sieges where we captured the castle. You literally have a you literally have 3 or 4 dedicated healers that once the channel starts, once the healer starts, or once the channel starts, 3 or 4 healers are dedicated to just falling back to overhealing the Chandler. Can defenders reset the channel time? No, it's 4 minutes continuous. If you kill the Chandler, you have to start over. So if you kill the Chandler, that 4-minute clock starts over and they have to try again. Try again next time, my friends. Try again next time. So, good question though. Good news is that like I said, that World of Warships campaign yesterday, we've already made enough money that I can pay for at least 1 album if we get more captains, and I'll be playing that tomorrow and Saturday. If we get more captains to play World of Warships, you literally have to make your account, play through the tutorial, buy 1 ship using that code, and if you do, you count for one of our captains. We should be able to pay for an entire EDM album. I want to contact the guy that did the trance album and just be like, look, I want 30 tracks. Let's do this. Let's do this. Does it cost gold to attack? Yes. To drop either a node declaration, a node siege flag or a castle siege flag, does cost resources, and resources obviously have a value. So, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which way you attack. What is all this? I don't want any of that. All this craziness. No. Do you have any input on whether X tanks will be viable in the role of main tank? No, they will not. That's easy to tell you. If you want to be a main tank, you are a tank plus something. You are a tank plus something. I've seen you talk about it briefly, Elspert, but the thoughts on the subject? Yeah, the thoughts on the subject is really simple. There's 8 tank classes. Those 8 tank classes are tank plus something. If you want to tank, if you want to tank, you're a tank plus. If you want to off tank, you're a something plus tank, with the exception of Guardian and Brood Warden. And the reason why is tank, subclass tank is still a main tank. And Summoner plus tank can main tank because Summoners can fill any role in a party. Now, will a Brood Warden be able to tank as effectively as a tank plus? Probably not. Because Summoners are meant to fill the role, but it's like when you need to drive 1 nail and you don't have a hammer with you, you might drive 1 nail with a pipe. If you're going to drive 50 nails, you're going to go get your hammer. So, if you want to main heal, you're going to be a cleric. If you want to off heal and support, you're going to be a bard. These are your roles. Your role is, and really, I wish Intrepid, this is another one of those places where I get Intrepid wants to market, they want to get more people, they want to get more people into their community, but I think that now they need to stop doing acquisition and they need to worry about doing retention. So they need to worry about doing retention. I don't think they're giving the community enough, and I think there's enough confusion where the community's like, wait a minute, I'm confused. Can we get some better information? And I think as far as the roles blog, I definitely think they need to write a roles blog. And I also definitely think that they need to decide on verbiage. Are they base classes and secondary classes? Or are they primary archetypes, secondary archetypes, and classes? Because I'm here being the guy that keeps trying to beat the drum of archetype, and then your fucking official class list has class on it, base class. It should be base archetype. But what do I know, right? I'm just the guy teaching the class. I'm not the guy writing the book. So, where was I? I was over on Reddit. I didn't see anything else on Reddit worth talking about today. Development time travel of the last 5 years. But I don't know what they're doing. The new cosmetics came out. Does anybody else feel like the concept art from the cosmetics this month was bad? So this thread has my attention, but this guy is I refuse to give his thread any any traction. Ugly. Yeah, I agree. The concept art this month wasn't very, it didn't hit home. It does look weak. New artist. You know what? If all you're going to sell is concept art, then the concept art should be good. The only good piece on here is the accessory and the freehold. Where are all the dark brooding cosmetics? You get one dark theme a year. So if you're looking for dark, you get one dark theme a year. It's frou-frou like someone else said. I don't think that that's an appropriate thing to refer it as, but you know, I had a really fun time working with the artists on these. Yeah, that'll probably be said, and I'll probably then have to, you know, I'll probably have to just shake my head and be like, what? Is that a male diamond dress? I think it was. We'll look at it again. Learn about AOC to make art for it. If you're a new artist, should you get in line with the guidelines of the work? Yes, you should. So concept art should always be consistent. The art for your project is a signature for your project. Yeah, I am hoping that Margaret turns 2022 into the year that she grows as a leader. Because I hate the phrase community manager. I hate the phrase community manager. It should be community leader. And the reason why is community manager implies that you have some sort of authority over me. It implies that you have some sort of oversight over me. It implies there's a lot of implications with the word manager, right? There's a lot of implications with that. And I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to be glib, but I'm being serious. The phrase manager has a lot of connotation to it. A lot of connotation to the word manager. There's a reason why the word manager is very rarely used in the military. When the word manager is used in the military, in the Department of Defense, it's used appropriately. A project manager. You're a project manager. Your job is to manage projects. And to do that, you have team leads. You're a project manager because projects can be managed, but people should be led. Prince EA has a really good video on this. Is it world boss or world leader? They should be community leaders. Community manager, what are you managing? And based on the behavior of some people, they're not leaders. Managing also implies control, usually limit or contain. Leader implies progression. Exactly. Managing implies control. So if your concept art is constantly changing styles, it looks like the style of your product as a whole has changed. Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree. Anyone here actually swapping out outfits on a regular basis? I find one I like, I stick with it. So yeah, that's one of the things that I think Intrepid fails at. Intrepid does this fear of missing out advertising because they know the majority of people buy one cosmetic and they stick with it. I did. I only changed my cosmetic in Arcage once a year. 11 months out of the year, I wore the Inquisitor's armor that the original Chibi logo is on. That Chibi with the high shoulder pauldrons. I wore that 11 months out of the year, and then during Christmas, I wore the Caprosis furs. That's it. In Ashes of Creation, I haven't bought any cosmetics in Ashes of Creation in 14 months, except for the top hat. The only thing I bought was the top hat. So, the reason why is I don't buy cosmetics anymore because I did not know that the boats, that these ships, I might own ship skins that I can't use. I don't like that. I think that's a major detractor, and I think it's one of those, again, where I say Intrepid needs to make the first part of 2022 for Intrepid should be settling all these cosmetics problems. The question is that Freehold pack going to be in motion? Because if so, I'd buy it for the motion of the gears. Yeah, I would agree with you. So that's one thing I hope Intrepid does resolve in 2022. I hope they decide on, I hope they decide what, they're going to do with the cosmetics. I hope they talk about that. I hope they do the military node blog, the divine node blog. I hope they decide on combat. Yeah, once they announce what goes on, they're going to have to deal with refunds and swaps. You know what? Here's what, I'm not worried about refunds and swaps. I am not worried about refunds and swaps. What I'm worried about is the FTC complaints. I am worried that Intrepid is, and here's the thing. I am worried that Intrepid is in violation of the FTC bait and switch regulations, and I am worried that because you get a fine for every instance you've done it, I don't personally believe Intrepid Studios is compliant with the FTC guidelines on bait and switch, and then that means every item they've ever sold is an instance of bait and switch, and I believe the last time I looked it up, it's a $42,000 fine every instance. So you add up all the cosmetics that they've ever sold, and somebody could make their argument based on how many times Margaret fumble fucks the cosmetic presentation, and then what's going to happen is I have a feeling somebody is going to file a complaint with the FTC, and the FTC is going to come along knocking and being like, you either change it or you get fined a whole lot of fucking money. They need to decide to tell us what we're buying after we buy it instead of tell us what we're buying when we buy it, instead of telling us 2 years after the fact that we do or do not get the features we understood. Yeah, and that's bait and switch. That is black and white textbook legality, bait and switch. And the thing about the FTC is the FTC doesn't have to take you to court to fine you. The FTC just fines you, and then you have to take the FTC to court to appeal the decision. Because that's my concern. Intrepid needs to just make all the previously sold freeholds go on any building. All the previously sold ships can go on any ship. Why can't they just give you the chance to swap at launch for any pack that was up to your data? Because do you have any idea? Do you have any idea how much time that is? Time is money. That is a huge amount of time. That is a huge amount of time. Yeah, by giving a refund or swap, they might mitigate the penalties, but think about how, like, this is why I'm a CPI guy. They said something more than 15 months ago, and 15 months ago I said, well, why don't you just stop selling cosmetics until you can double back and figure it out? Because this is how development should work, right? This is how development should work. There should be the list of freehold buildings, BLDGS. And then each month there is a concept that gets done, right? But right now, what it seems that there is a concept for a new building that gets done. And then it seems like this comes over here, and then this generates work for the design team. I think this process is ass backwards. And the way they describe it, it sounds like it's ass backwards. Because why are you designing? Why is there concept arting stuff being designed? And what I got confused about was Margaret came to my show and fought with me, and I said, whatever, I don't do this. Let's set up an interview. Let's set up a conversation. And then wanted to keep going. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? You're a Twitch partner as well. You can't say you didn't know better. This is how it works. You come to my show. I say, let's not do this. Let's set up an interview. You keep going. I'm going to keep going. Because that's the nature of the business. You said that you had the list of all the items and you needed to get it validated by a design. It's been 14 months. No, it's been 11 months and you still don't have your list validated by design to a shareable point. You're selling stuff that you can't tell the customer what they bought. The FTC is going to say, yep, bait and switch. Because right now, is there anything... Let's check the store real quick. Ashes, I'm not going to bring up the screen because I got all of my personal information on the screen. Come on. Chop. There we go. The FTC has to look at it from the perspective of a reasonable consumer and take into account what the advertisement actually says and what it implies. Yeah, the freehold, right? Freehold building cosmetic skin. All it says is freehold building cosmetic skin. It doesn't say forge, house, whatever. If there's an FTC violation tied to Steven's name and history, it'll be so bad. Okay, let me stop you right there. You're part of the fucking problem. You right there with that statement, you're part of the fucking problem. What Steven's name and history has any FTC violations? Are you talking Zango? If you're talking Zango, you're talking right out your fucking ass. Steven worked at Zango when he was a teenager. Steven was not a corporate executive at Zango when Zango got investigated by the FTC. Steven worked for Zango before Zango got sold. I am so fucking tired of people beating up a guy who worked at Zango when there was hundreds of thousands of people in this country that worked at Zango. If you're one of those people that wants to make a big deal about Steven working at Zango, then please make a big deal about every kid, every girl, whoever serves in the Girl Scouts, anybody that works for Avon or Sensi or Tupperware or anything else that is basically the same model as the original Zango. Zango got slapped because they were making claims about the benefits of their juice. I want to be very clear. Steven didn't work for Zango during that era, right? I don't think he was bringing up his history. No, what the fuck do you mean he wasn't bringing up his history? It literally says, if there's an FTC violation tied to Steven's name and history. So what do you mean he wasn't bringing up his history? He literally said Steven's name and history. So there is no forgiveness there. There's not no, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. That's what he was doing. That's exactly what he was doing. I think he was saying if the store stuff for Ash turns into FCC violation, it could be bad. No, that's not what he was saying at all. And I'm not an apologist and I don't make excuses for people. This is Sparta and everyone is accountable for the words of their voice, right? I mean, if make a mistake now, that means it's also in my history. You're right, it is. And that's what the person was saying. That's what the person was referencing. My mom just came in to talk to me. I heard you went off on me. Let me be clear. I mentioned the point as many people saw it. I personally don't adhere to it. If you don't personally adhere to something, why are you repeating it? Why are you repeating bullshit? Why are you part of the problem? That is even worse. If you don't adhere to it, don't repeat it. If you don't adhere to it, then don't say it. Because people saying shit about Steven working at Zango, they have no idea what they're talking about. They bring up shit that they're not qualified to talk about. And then if you turn around and repeat it, repeating a lie makes you just as culpable as the person who told the lie. People talk about Steven and his working at Zango. And what? He worked at Zango when he was 16 years old. What I'm saying is with so many people believing that shit, it's going to be an even bigger problem. Okay, I'm going to call you out and I'm going to say right now you're waffling. And you might not like me because you're on center stage. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's not how you started it. Because that statement right there is radically different than if there's an FTC violation tied to Steven's name and history, it will be so bad. I'm not repeating the lies effect. No. See, sorry, you need to stop because I'm losing respect for you. You said something, you got called out on it. Now you're Potomac two-stepping, shuffling, trying to find the fuck out of the minefield. Don't perpetuate a lie. Don't ever perpetuate a lie. Don't ever perpetuate a lie. What you said, and now you got it called out, and now it's, it's rolling down the hill. Shit rolls downhill, and you're unfortunately standing at the bottom of the hill with no raincoat on, both arms open. If you wanted to say what you're trying to say, you would have said because of all the bullshit people spread about Steven, and then I'd even turn around and say it wouldn't matter then anyway. Because Intrepid Studios Incorporated isn't Steven. I want to get to the point of people got to stop thinking that what happened with Zango has anything the fuck to do with Intrepid Studios. Intrepid Studios is a C corporation. It is a legal entity under the law. The Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated is a legal entity under the law. So people need to get a whole lot more educated before they start talking about stuff. That's why anybody that brings up the Zango thing, I tell them, really, go fuck yourself. A guy worked at Zango when he was 16 years old. When people bring up Zango, what they're really mad about is Steven got rich and they didn't. Shit. I wish I could go back in time and jump on the early Zango, not the FTC violation Zango. I wish I could jump on that, but I got this thing. I don't like to take advantage of stupid people. But then again, Sensi, Essential Oils, Avon, Tupperware, the Girl Scouts, they're all MLM. They're all multi-level marketing. I want to remind people, multi-level marketing is completely legal. I wasn't talking about the history. I mentioned the situation of people. Obviously, if FTC tied to Steven's name, people... Okay, stop. Stop. Because now, I don't even know what your argument is at this point. I don't know what your position is at this point. And you said... I wasn't talking about the history specifically, but let me roll back. No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't a misunderstanding. You knew what you were saying. You knew what you intended to say, and you took the top off of Pandora's box. You literally said, this is what you literally said. If there's an FTC violation tied to Steven's name in history, it'll be so bad. That's what you said. That is what you typed. Like I said, my show is based on the rules of Sparta. Everybody is responsible for the words of their voice. You said it. Then you shuffled the fuck away from it. So what I'm saying is in the future... No. Because of what people believe? No, you didn't say that. You're getting saved by a viewer. But that's not what you said. So in the future, take it as the learning lesson. I'm responsible. I know what I said. You got saved by a viewer, but no, you didn't. With that said... Hot syrup and butter. Man, I need waffle. I mean, my lunch... Tamir should be here shortly with my food. My blood sugar is low. But I hope 2022 turns into the year that Intrepid stops trying to grow and starts, like... Intrepid is like that army that's just advancing across the field and not setting up supply lines. Not setting up supply lines. Not setting up supply lines. Wars are not won in the fighting. Wars are won in the logistics. I'm looking at you, Germany. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Germany invading Russia. I was worried after Jeff left that Intrepid would lose a little direction. I think you're right that Intrepid dropped directions, but I think that Jeff and Steven were on separate sheets of music. That is why in my video about why Steven should be the lead game designer, there's a lot of people who are pushing back that Steven shouldn't be the lead game designer, but they're not really giving me good answers as to why. It's like, I've discovered that as a YouTuber, when I put out a video, people like to respond to the title of the video and not watch the video. And then they don't like it when like people are like Jeff Kaplan. Well, why Jeff Kaplan? Kevin Jordan. Why Kevin Jordan? Kevin Jordan's ego and mine couldn't be in the same room at the same time. Kevin Jordan did an interview where somebody was asking about Ashes of Creation and all the features, and Kevin Jordan was like, oh yeah, I've had all those ideas in the past that they're just not feasible to ever put into a video game. Well, Kevin Jordan, I guess you're not applying for the lead game designer at Intrepid Studios because you said on a stream that you did that you've had all these ideas and they're not possible. I don't want the not possible guy. I don't want the not possible guy on staff. I want the how do we make it possible guy on staff. I don't want him to be both the lead game designer and the game creative director. You threw me off there. Those words are in the wrong order. I think that should be two different people. Did you know that those two positions don't have to exist? You don't have to have a lead game designer and a creative director. You don't have to have that. Job titles are job titles. I'm the assistant executive to the executive assistant. I'm the secretary. Job titles are job titles. You really only need two people. You need somebody on this side, lead game designer, creative director, blah, blah, blah. And you need one person on this side, lead producer. Beyond that, you don't need all these other positions. You don't need to have a lead game designer and a creative director. Steven could do all the lead game designing from the creative director position and just have 2 or 3 senior game designers underneath him that teach him all the things he doesn't know. Yeah, what exactly is the difference between the creative director and the lead game designer? Yeah, you need a single head motherfucker in charge and a code monkey. For those of you that don't know, HMFIC is head motherfucker in charge. As long as someone steers the ship and someone knows where it's going. Exactly. You need a navigator and you need a helmsman. Hey, who's in charge? Who's in charge on a boat? The guy with the map or the guy at the wheel? Well, it all depends. Depends on the situation. I don't think we need to bring in a lead game designer. I really don't. Because number one, who do we bring in? And I say we, I mean Intrepid. But who do you bring in? Who exactly do you bring in? The guy who gives both those guys orders. Yeah, exactly. That's the CEO, right? And Steven already sits in that situation. Who do you bring in? Jeff Kaplan? I think Jeff Kaplan is a great choice, except he did piss off some people with changing a class in WoW. Isn't John the CEO? Okay. Let me jump on that one real quick. John is technically the director, the secretary, the treasurer. He's all the corporate positions. CEO is not a required position at any company. At no company do you have to have a CEO. CEO is literally chief executive officer. Who is the person with the executive authority? Companies are modeled off of the United States Constitution, where the head of the executive branch is the president. The president is the CEO of America. He's the chief executive officer. He's the head of the executive branch. He's the head of the enforcement branch. He's the commander in chief. So you don't have to have a CEO at a company. CEO is just who has the decision-making authority. So Steven is the CEO, John is the president, the COO. There's some fucking word games that they played, and that caught my attention years ago. Why are we playing the word games? What are we doing? If it's a bona fide C corporation, then people are like, well, Steven's history, Steven's past. I don't give a shit. Intrepid Studios is a legal entity in the eyes of the law. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, as long as you're not piercing the corporate veil, everything's legal. I hope they're doing everything legal. Peter Molnar would be news, but he's not on the market. I don't think he would be. I don't think he's a household name. I don't think Intrepid could bring in. I don't think he could bring in the right person. Yeah, he worked on Fable, Black and White. I thought he was Black and White. So when people say they need to bring in a lead game designer, I challenge them back and I say, to do what exactly? Yeah, he's deep in crypto and NFTs right now. But what do you need the lead game designer to do? And then my question is, what skill set doesn't Steven have? So those are my questions. When people say Steven shouldn't be the lead game designer, my question is, okay, now fine, articulate that. Why? In my video, I tell you why I think Steven is the right choice. You know, it's like, in my background is the military. My background is the military. So what we have is, we have growth. We grow our own leaders. Now, I despise academy graduates. I think all of the service academies, need to go away. Service academies need to be changed and radically, but we commission kids at 18 to be future officers. We recruit officers. We internally promote people to officer, and we send kids to ROTC to become officer. But what that means is we're growing our own internal leaders. It works really well. When you've been in the military for 4 years, there's this magic day you put on 03. For most people, it's a captain. For the Navy, it's lieutenant. It's always confusing. And at that point, just because you've been in the military for 4 years, you haven't gotten a DUI, you haven't gotten a sexual assault charge, you're now all of a sudden able to be in charge of massive, huge projects. And then they give you a bunch of people to assist you. They're called senior NCOs. If you treat your senior NCOs right, they stop you from they stop you from making mistakes and going to jail. I don't think Steven needs to bring in a lead game designer. I think Steven needs to bring in assistant game designers who can help him learn and grow in all of the things he doesn't know how to do. As long as they have leaders handling all the other internal organizations, I agree. It's why I say that. I'm on my 5th bottle of water. I'll be right back. The academy seem like nothing more than political appointments. A lot of them are. A lot of the academy appointments are just political appointments. Congressmen writing letters and generals writing letters. Lots of letter writing. Have I tried applying? No, dude, I'm retired. I have my own company. I run my own. I run my own company. I'm building my record label. I'm diversifying out some of my other businesses so that I can not have not be pulled in so many different directions. I want to work on this. This is my destiny. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. I don't like if Steven needs me to come out to San Diego and do a CPI event for him, if he pays my per diem, basically pays for my room, and my room at the hotel, pays for my meals, and pays for my flight. I'll go on and do a CPI event for him for free. So have I thought about doing a 24/7 stream of PGN music similar to like lo-fi videos on YouTube? Yes, I have. But you know what I need? I need 24 hours of music. I don't have 24 hours of music yet. I don't have 24 hours of music yet. So basically things like I told you guys in 2022, we're doing things like World of Warships. They want to pay me a bunch of money to promote their game. That's great. If people want to see more PGN music made, then they make an account. They buy the one ship with in-game currency. If they stick with the game, great. If they don't stick with the game, great. And then I take that marketing money, I turn it into more music. When I get to that point, then yes, I want, what I want to do is stuff that I have that you guys haven't seen yet, because I do have bits and pieces at the company of stuff you guys haven't seen, like stuff like this, right? Like I have that one, right? And then for the new jazz album that's coming out, I have this one. So I want to get more of these made, and then everything takes money. So what I would like is I would eventually like to have more than just one animated person. I would like to be able to pay somebody like $1,000 to do a nice scene. But it's like somebody said to me, you should have had the fireplace crackling in the Embers in the Wind album on YouTube. And I was like, yeah, I would love to. But when I put the whole album together for about $1,100, I only had, I went over on that project because I forgot to pay for the cover art of the album. Yeah, the animated scenes will be in the backdrops when I put up the albums. The problem is, right now, not making any money. And like I tell people all the time, the little thing, I don't want your money. I don't want you to reach into your pocket and donate. I mean, if you want to, great. If you want to tips, bits, Patreon, I have all that crap. But you'll notice I don't have a sub goal up on my channel. I don't want your money. I want to make you laugh. I only started streaming again before I had the company set up due to COVID, and I figured people needed to laugh. But little things that cost you nothing, like subscribing to the PGN music channel on YouTube. Once it gets to 1,000 subscribers, I can monetize the channel. Well, those are the little things that it's like, hey, you can't make a donation, you can't make a tip, but you want to support, hey, just click subscribe, I'm done, move on. And then it helps Jay, because the channel will get 4,000 watch hours. And then it's when people tell me, hey, you know what you should do? You should do EDM, or you should do, like, everybody has said EDM or dark noir steampunk jazz. Well, unfortunately, I can't find a composer for that style. So the next one's going to be EDM, because I think I can get some mileage out of an EDM album. I would love to pay to have some jazz music written with some vocals, right? Need the medals. Yeah, I want to get more of that. The problem is that metal becomes something that's one-purposed. It's gonna be harder to stream over that. But somebody like BCG would stream over that and get mileage out of it, and his small audience might pick up on it. So right now we're struggling in the phase of how do we make $1 when we spend $1? If that makes any sense. What we're working on right now. Oh, and I've been forgetting to do this. What we're working on right now is how do we make $1? How do we make sure that when we spend $1, we make $1? And that's what I'm not doing very well. We're not making dollars, and it takes time. It takes time to get there. Like the Christmas album, I don't even think the numbers are up yet, but the Christmas album did fairly well for, we don't have December's numbers yet. The Christmas album did incredibly well for such a small channel. Now imagine next year when I do EDM Christmas carols, and I already have epic orchestra Christmas carols, and if we have enough money, I do jazz Christmas carols. Well, now 3 different types of music fans come to the channel, and then it just continues to grow and grow and grow. But it's small. And that's why I tell people that 10 weeks I had to be gone because I got hit in the face with a lemon. Those 10 weeks sucked because I lost so much forward momentum. Luckily, I was able to put out a lot of the albums. I got a lot of the groundwork done. Is there a looking for artist option on Fiverr? Yes, there is. The problem is that when I don't have the money to pull the trigger on that. So when I do the Dark Noir Jazz album, I want to have more than enough money that if the artists come to me, I can dole out the money. Right now, we've got little money. It's the same size, but it's just we've got little money. We need more money, and I'd rather have World of Warships money. If they want to give us a bunch of money, why not take their money? So, but no, and I have no problem. See, the business belongs to me. The business belongs to me, but the community is the community. So you guys have a right to know where the money goes. Sneckers TV has the right to know where the money from his 56 donations today went. Or I think 51 today. Hit in the face with a lemon. So last year, something came up in my personal life that I had to stop streaming because I always teach. When I motivationally speak, I quote Arnold Schwarzenegger. I was quoting somebody else before, but he's made the famous. There's no such thing as a plan B. You never ever have a plan B. Every ounce of energy you put into your plan B is an ounce of energy you're not putting into your plan A. So if you're putting energy into your plan B, what you're really saying to yourself is you're building a self-fulfilling prophecy that your plan A, your plan A isn't going to work. So you're building a plan B. Well, what happened in my personal life, there was no personal life if I didn't take care of the A, and it's one of those things that's just dragging on. Life sucks when life wants to beat you down. Life will beat you down and keep you there. I just happened to get it resolved enough that I was able to come back to streaming. Life gives you lemons kind of saying, no, it's actually from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I got hit in the head with a lemon that was wrapped around a large gold brick. So it's the results of drinking a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. Do I find that I'm getting momentum on Fiverr, a reputation of being good to deal with? Yes, I am a VI. What am I now on Fiverr? They have some cutesy little program. I am now I'm Fiverr Select. I was a VID and now I'm Fiverr Select. I think I have a perfect rating on Fiverr. Hold on, let me go see what my rating is. I believe I have a perfect rating on Fiverr. Yeah, I have a 5.0 rating as a buyer. So yeah, I have no negative reviews on Fiverr. There's only been two times. Well, there's been two times I've had to go in a resolution with Fiverr because artists sold me music that they had sold to somebody else, and then once I had a guy that was just completely belligerent. Life has given me 2 strokes 10 years apart. No lemonade I can see. Yes, you get none. I learned of Saga of Leucemia turned into Embers Adrift, and they plan on a late 20 release. Any thoughts on that old style MMO? Yeah, it's gonna fail. It's gonna fail. We are at a point where old school isn't getting it done. I think if it comes out and it's not horrible, it might gain a following. It's like all the people that are like Lost Ark this and Lost Ark that and Lost Ark this and Lost Ark that. I'm like, you know what you're getting, right? You're getting an MO ARPG with action combat and all AoE abilities. Hello? Oh. Hold on. Alrighty. Yeah, and the one guy that took the art, but he got screwed. He lost. So one guy copied the cover art for one of the panels, and when I contacted Fiverr about it, Fiverr was like, "No, we've had enough of your shit," and he lost. He went from level 2 to a brand new level 1. Fiverr artists need to know that they can't get away with that crap. So sometimes Fiverr artists do dumb things. So forgive me while I have my placeholder chibi up there. I don't like eating. I do not like eating during my shows. However, I have to eat at regular intervals, and my interval that I have to eat in is shorter than 4 hours. So even when I eat breakfast, I can't not eat again. Luckily things have been going better. I've been keeping food down. For a long time I was eating food, and like 10 to 15 minutes later I was no longer keeping the food down. So that's why I was eating so much, because I had to keep putting I had to get whatever calories I could. What am I munching on? I am eating a delicious bowl of Subway soup and a chicken bacon ranch sandwich. So hopefully. Somebody said, when I did the channel points suggestions on my Discord, somebody said that I should have a channel reward like 200,000 points, and the next time I eat, I have to keep my camera on. Not for all the tea in China, man. I still eat like I'm in the military. Like my jaw unhinges and I just shove the food in. So soup is the best always. Yeah, I agree. I'm Irish. I would eat soup for every meal. All I need is soup and bread for every meal, and I'll be fine. Go. No Alpha 2, only Stu. That is correct. No Alpha 2, only Stu. Z's little guy. Z must still be at work. Z doesn't usually make this show. This show is for the, This show is for the Europeans, so they can catch a show at the end of their workday. And then, Friday's show is for the Europeans a little bit. I find it amazing how many streamers who stream full-time as a job who don't do EU-friendly time zones. That always baffles me. Like, you don't want to tap into the EU market. I mean, when it comes to Twitch, the EU market is pretty strong. Now that the China market, are we back to Chinese can't watch Twitch again? So, if Lost Ark had come to the West shortly after it had been released, I'd probably give it a shot. At this point, it's so late. I feel like you left me hanging. You feel like it's late? I mean, I guess, yeah. But my uncle was a scientist on an aircraft carrier. He always got into the mess hall, got his food, ate his in under 5 minutes. He still eats that way 20 years later. Yeah, Tamir will yell at me. Oh, you feel like it's late. It's so late, I feel... Okay. Tamir will yell at me if I eat fast. But then when her sushi comes, man, her first 8 sushi are gone. Like, I swear she's like a cone head. And she sticks her mouth out, and the first whole row of sushi just goes into her mouth. Like, we don't We don't share sushi often. When we're trying new ones, we will. But I swear she will crush an entire rack of sushi in, and I'm not joking, 2 minutes. I've noticed people who eat slow are usually slimmer. Yes. People who eat slow, your body has a chance to get full and feel full before you shove all the money in. Or shove all the food in. Do you prefer rolls or nigiri? I prefer uramaki and maki, and I like the Batman, which is smoked eel wrapped in seaweed, and then I like traditional rolls like the Philly roll, which is smoked salmon. I am not a huge fan of like soy dunkers, as Toast refers them to as standard nigiri. I like actual rolls. Oh, there it is. Alrighty. You like smoked fish but not smoked meat? Yes. So you're the guy who says he likes sushi because deep fried shrimp sushi? No. Because I know the difference between the different types of sushi. Just like when he said, do I prefer rolls or nigiri, you'll notice that I used the other appropriate words. Because there are a lot of people who don't realize that there is a difference between maki and uramaki. One is rice on the outside, one is seaweed on the outside. Also, when you give somebody your order of sushi, telling somebody you're having a Chicago roll or a Philly roll or a California roll doesn't mean anything, because those rolls can be different from establishment to establishment. Why you tell people what's in the roll you eat. Like, we have 2 places here, and they have caterpillar rolls are different at each of the 2 places. And then, of course, one of the sushi places here doesn't have caterpillar rolls at all. Typically a Philly roll has cream cheese, pretty much. Yeah, that's true. Typically a Philly roll will have cream cheese, because Philadelphia cream cheese. Always a good time. There we go. The only seafood I can tolerate is lobster and swordfish. But yeah. Always make sure that you know. Always make sure that you know what's going on with the sushi you're ordering. And as some of my friends have found out, make sure that when you're going to a sushi place, make sure you know what the pricing is. Friend of mine, I was talking about sushi. We used to eat sushi together all the time. Friend of mine went to a sushi restaurant, and it was the colored plates pricing. And my friend had forgotten about that. And my friend ate about $120 worth of sushi. Don't assume that top-end sushi places are like 50 to 70 cents a piece. You can get some really expensive sushi. Like, you can get 8 rolls and it be like close to $30. So always know the pricing. And if you don't have a menu and they're just bringing you the colored plates, stop and just be like, no, not at all. Not doing this. So. You love seafood and your girlfriend doesn't. It's a huge treat to get seafood for me. Yeah. Luckily, my wife and I are the kind of people, we like pretty much what the other one likes. Now my wife will still go out for sushi without me. So, have you ever had a soft shell crab roll, usually called a golden spider or a spider? Yeah, I've had spiders. Spider rolls. There's a sushi buffet near me, has top tier quality fish for 22 a head, and it's a big assortment. Yeah, we have, believe it or not, our local Chinese buffet has a hibachi grill that comes with the buffet price and sushi that comes with the buffet price. It's actually really good, all things considered. You went to one of those conveyor belt places, and after a while, all the food was showing up smashed. Looked around, and some 4-year-old kid was just jamming its fat little hand into the food as it went by. Parents were oblivious. Yeah, those are the places that I have no problem with the establishment saying, look, you can't sit up on the conveyor belt, or if you do, you have to sit in the very last one. But I also think that if your kid, I'm a firm believer that if you have your kid out in public and your kid out in public is making, is doing things like that, then you should be liable for all of the bill. You're looking to buy a microphone? Here, hold on. I will real quick. Here is all of my suggested streamer equipment, and here's what you should buy. You should buy the Wave 3 microphone. You should buy this microphone. This microphone is one of the best microphones on the market, and it comes with the Wavelink software. The Wavelink software is basically having a digital Go XLR at your fingertips. It is so useful. It is so convenient. It is unbelievable. You will have to learn how to pipe everything into your stream. However, if you have the Wave microphone, then you have the Wavelink software, and then you basically can control all of the audio independently. So sexy monitors, yeah. Ready? Want to talk about sex on a stick? That's sex on a stick. This is killing me. This is killing me right here. I don't have a monitor here at the moment because the monitor I was gonna put here doesn't have a Visa mount. But yeah, the double stack now. The double stack is very choice, very, very, very. And then this one over here, love it. The software is worth the money. The mic just comes with it. Yeah, that's basically the way to say it. Thanks for the list. We'll check those out. Yep. Do you think an MMO can survive on a small team and a small sub base, less than a 50 dev team and less than 50k subs? I'm throwing small numbers out. Yeah, it's called EVE Online. Look at the concurrent population of EVE Online. It's somewhere between 26,000 and 32,000 on any given time. So did I figure out the mount types? Yeah, this is the mount. That's the mount. It doesn't have a label on it, but this is the mount. I'll have to do some research to find out which one it is. Yeah, I think it is a 100. So yeah, EVE Online. Yeah, it's a Visa 100. It's what I believe. Why don't MMOs follow the Ultima Online full loot system? No other game has come close to excitement quite like UO did. How did UO do in population? That's the problem. See, EVE Online follows the Ultima Online loot system, whereas when you get destroyed, you lose all your stuff. What's the problem with that? The problem with that model is that people, they hit 1 million. 1 million concurrent? Of course they did. Ultima Online population. Let's see. It looks like there's 4,000 players online right now. I don't know how official that is. You don't lose your stuff. That's just what's on your character. Yeah, You don't lose all your... So, okay, so what Ultima Online rules are you talking about then? Just what's on your character. I mean, we always assume that. When you talk about the full loot system, we're never talking about everything. We're talking about what's on your character. So when you say something like, why don't they use the full loot system? Unless you're talking about what everybody else is going to call the full loot system, make sure you say, why don't they do this? If you're talking about you drop everything on death that you're carrying, then that's a full loot system. Of course, you don't lose the stuff that's back in your chests. I mean, in some games like Ark or Rust or one of them, your chests become vulnerable when you die, blah, blah, blah. But if you're talking about a full loot drop game, yeah, you drop everything. People don't like that. Who said everything? You lose all your stuff. Yeah, you lose all your stuff. Everything that's on you. Nobody's like, keep up, man. If you're gonna say full loot drop, assume that all the people in the audience are equally smart as you, and they all know that full loot drop is referencing to all the stuff on you at the time. If I'd been grinding my ass off to get good gear and then a bunch of people ruin me and I die, I lose all the stuff I worked hard for, I quit. Yeah, like Fractured Online. We gave Prometheus the feedback of your entire game premise is horrible. It takes over 16 hours to make a set of gear. It takes over 16 hours to make a set of gear, and people are running around as murder hobos killing everybody. So people don't want to people don't want to deal with waiting 16 hours to play for 2 minutes. Problem is, full loot system, you lose the players who don't want to spend the most of their playtime grinding for new gear. Absolutely. Gate camps equal rage quit. Yeah, I told you guys the story in EVE Online. One of my logistics officers became a guy. I'm just sitting there at a gate and a guy pops through and I tackle him and I pop him and I scoop the useful gear. I warp back to the station. He had a lot of good useful gear, so I made a couple of trips back to the station. About 20 minutes later, same guy comes through the gate camp, tackle him, pop him, loot his stuff. I was like, this guy stupid or something? Third time along, the guy, I popped him. I sent him a message. I said, hey, have you not figured out right now that I'm gate camping this gate and you're just feeding me stuff? And he and I started talking. And he's like, you know, if you hadn't reached out and talked to me, I was just going to quit the game because you know, this sucks. I ended up talking to him. I don't know how many people have quit EVE Online when they got gate camped and lost their whole hauler full of stuff. But it's the game that you play. There is a problem with full loot drop games, and full loot drop games are niche, and a niche game is going to have a small population. If you want to have a healthy population, then you need to have not a niche game, and you need to have not full loot drop. And that's why Ashes of Creation is trying to make death be meaningful, but death not be a horrible punishment. Unless you're corrupted, you'll never drop your gear. You'll only drop a percentage of your gatherables. So see, if you can re-gear in 1 minute, the question becomes, is the gearing meaningful? And if the gearing isn't meaningful, then your artisans aren't going to care. I'm going to have to stay late today. 5 minutes. Let's do it. Let's do it so I don't have to stay late, because I was a bad boy yesterday and I gamed and didn't do any of my work. So now I got to do all of my Tuesday work and my Wednesday work today. That's why I'm glad that I have next week's video for Ashes already done. Go get him, Vale. Go get him. The goal is to try to do one map every show. Full loot games lose all their casual players, and all that's left are the PKers who quit because they don't want to fight only people who make them work for it. Yeah, I mean, and that's the other big problem. You have half of people that run around ganking are gankers who never PvP. All they do is gank. They're gank artists. They suck at PvP, but they're really good at PKing. They're good when they're level 50 and they can PK a level 30. But the moment you show up as a level 50 to protect the questing area, all the PKers go away because they know that they can't win equal fights. I hate those people. That is why I have absolutely no problem with Ashes of Creation's PvP system for flagging and corruption, because those people are a bane on the server. Those people don't want PvP. They just want to feel like they won. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. I hate this quest, so we're just gonna skip it. Yep. I absolutely hate those people. They ruin the game for everybody. And when I mean they ruin the game for everybody, I'm being serious. When you actually, I got to jump up real quick, and then we're going to talk about when you PK, what you're actually doing to the game that you supposedly love. Okay, so why PKing is such a horrible thing for you to do in a game that you supposedly love? Because what you're doing is you're not driving away competition, you're not driving away other characters, you're driving away other players. And what you're doing is you're driving away customers. And the more customers that get lost, the less money the company makes, the less iterations they can do. Case in point, you guys hear me talk about this all the time on an equivalent exchange. I talk about why I could be making 10 times the amount of money I make as a streamer, but I'd have to be 1% of who I am. So I know that my abrasive attitude is driving away customers, that's driving away viewers and subscribers. However, I'm a niche channel, right? I always felt the drive to become more powerful than my aggressor. Sure, and you feel that way. Unless the game is set up where you get killed once and then twice and then 10 times and 20 times, and at some point, for the 99%, they're going to say this is bullshit. And they're going to stop playing. I was playing UO and got jumped by 6 to 7 murderers in a dungeon who were waiting hidden. I outplayed them and escaped. Granted, I couldn't fight back. No one is winning a 1 in 6. I won by wasting their time and exposing them to other players in the area, so a battle to kill them started. That kind of organic fun just doesn't exist in modern games. How wrong you are. You're absolutely wrong. Revelation Online, open world fights. BDO, open world fights. Arcade, defending a trade ship or defending a hauler, defending against, well, now what is it, Black Dragon, because Red Dragon's in an instance. That kind of organic fun still exists in PvP games. I experience it all the time. The problem is that those games are 6 years old. The only game in development right now, Ark, Eve, Atlas, Rust, all have organic fun like that. Now, Ark, Atlas, and Rust are a little bit different because Ark, Atlas, and Rust aren't MMOs, and EVE Online is a spaceship game that is cost prohibitive. The barrier to entry to endgame content isn't zero. Yeah, of course, you can always mention stuff on my show. That's why there's no chat blocks except for words that Stream Elements wants. For example, Albion Online, you had full loot drop in the guild territory zones, so you had tons of green sets in your bank. Gear then just became mundane. There was no real weight to it. Gear was treated like pots or food buffs, something you just collected. So it's the incentive to kill other players. Their gear, you already have enough gear. Their mats, no one brings mats in the PvP zone. Exactly. PKing, they don't or won't realize that they're going to put off the very people they need for a healthy realm. Yes, exactly. 100%. You don't kill people in one spell. Spells need to be cast. They were hidden, and I had an anti-paralyze pouch. Used a potion in line to sight. It just happened today. Hard to disagree. Did you just quote yourself? If you like loot type games, try Glorious Victus. It's on Steam. It's cheap. Glorious Victus is shit. So why would I play it? Why would I play that game? It's a shit game. You're good at sight reading straight through misspellings? Yeah. You know. You was responding to someone in chat. Yeah, but you confused me because you responded to yourself. Your reply is to your own reply, so I don't know who you... Because when you hit reply, I'm looking at your reply, and your reply is to you. So... You replied to you replied to your own. I have seen one example where PKing felt like it was justified. For instance, in New World, non-PvP bots are swarming limited resources. In PvP, I felt was justified. I can control the bots. Oh, it looks that way? It's how Twitch does threading? Okay, yeah. So you were responding to Faye, but in your quote, it was... Yeah, Twitch doesn't do threading very well yet. They need to work on that. It should tell me as the streamer who you replied to. Because it says, to me, it says replying to T-Most is T-Most. So, yeah, it's kind of dumb how Twitch does that. I'll put a note into Twitch and say, hey, let's put some effort into this. Also, can I just say that this monitor being up here, I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. I'm not gonna do it right away because I have work. I have work to do today and tomorrow and Friday and Saturday because I'm streaming 3 extra days this week. But I do understand that my stream is darker than normal. That's because this panel light over here is 3/4 occluded by the monitor up there. I have to unmount my microphone, slide the light over, and then mount my microphone where the light is, and that is a lot. That is a lot of hoopla work, and I didn't want to do that last night. I don't want to mess with my show until Sunday, because I don't want to inadvertently jack something up. So yes, I understand my show. Somebody PM me, your show is you're mislit, and I was like, yeah, I know. The lights all need to get moved. So I need to make some decisions. I bought the wrong desk for the office. It's a great desk. It's just I bought a 120 dog bone, and it doesn't do what I needed it to do. Yeah, every time I mess with my setup, it's a total mess. It's every time. When I move, I'm gonna spend probably like 100 hours laying out everything. I want to have everything laid out. What I actually want is I just want my whole streaming room just set up. I don't want anything on the desk. I don't want anything mounted to the desk. I want it all mounted to the walls so that when I can have multiple camera angles, sit, stand, all that. But that's a pipe dream for when we get to our forever home. That is a pipe dream for our forever home. Jay is very good with computers. If he does not do anything he's not used to, or shit changes. Yeah, exactly. I'm really great with my setup once my setup is mapped out. Did you ever figure out something to do with those lights that got sent to you? Yeah, I gave him the Wolfus. I contacted that company and I said, hey, look, you sent me lights that I can't film. I said, these are useless to me, and they didn't want to do anything. I said, okay, great. Thanks for sending me them, but I can't in good faith do a review because I don't want to do a review where I say your product is trash. I do not want to do that. And their lights are so bad that when you have the strip light aimed towards the camera, you get the fragmentation burst. And then it was because I said I draped the lights back there so I could see how they would look, and I nearly gave myself a seizure. Just the way that the lights spidered in the frame, you could see the flickering, and I was like twitchy, and I was like, nope, off. If I can't have the lights aimed towards the camera, it does me no good. That's not how I need my scene lit. Is it possible to see your page on mobile while you were streaming? I'm trying to look at your schedule. You should. Let's see. Here, I'll help you out. You can do that. That is my schedule. So this week I'm here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'm here Friday at 9 o'clock. No, 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm here Friday at 1 o'clock Eastern, and I'm here Saturday at 5 o'clock Eastern. And then all of you that are going to join me for World of Warships tomorrow, make sure to make your account with that link. Get your nice premium package. Paid advertisement. Ah, with that said, has Steven said anything today? I gotta be on Steven watch all the time now. Steven is working his butt off, so everybody is aware. Steven is not playing at the moment. He is hardcore trying to get some stuff done. I got mad respect for Steven. Steven hasn't talked in the channel since the 26th. Wow. He is working hardcore. So yeah, man, truthfully, I'm kind of a work smarter, not harder kind of guy. Shout out respect for Steven. He's no longer human. I think he's a zombie at this stage. Yeah, man, I think Steven needs to do some life changes. The reason why they teach officers in the military the way they do is they teach you to do like your cardio in the morning or your cardio in the afternoon because you need that detox. Steven works like 16-hour days every day. More than 16-hour days some days. Steven needs to start doing some cardio or some swimming or some walking or something. He needs that brain detox time. There's been days that Steven and I have talked. I've been up early at like 3 o'clock my time, which is like 1 o'clock his time, and he and I have talked about something, and then he's gone to bed, and like 3 hours later he pings me back and he's like, so how far are you done on what I asked? And I'm like, it's been 3 hours. And he's like, yeah, I've already slept, I'm already back up, I'm ready to go. That's the only reason I don't want him to be the lead game designer. He already has so many hats. Except the fact, I'm going to put it back to you now as well. What's the difference between the lead game designer and the creative director? There isn't one. You don't need both positions. You don't need both positions. Not every organization is set up the same way. So why do you need, delegate the other hats. It's a redundant, so it's not a redundant position. It's okay. When you set something up, you set up whatever you want. So if this is the top position, right? This is the top position. You can set this up where you have a second in command here, right? Or you can set this up where you have a co-lead here, right? There's lots of ways. There's lots of ways to set up the same hierarchy. So you can do this, or you can do this, or you can do that with this. Like, there is no one way to set up your leadership hierarchy. There's no way to do it. And a lot of people fall into this person's to this person, to this person, to this person. And I say this, and I want you to think about, I want you to think about a common marriage, right? Your common marriage is set up like this. Let's not be, you've got spouse and spouse, right? And then in some marriages, you have this, and you have kid 1, you have kid 2, you have kid 3, right? This is some marriages. In other marriages, in a household where both parents are working, you have this. You have oldest kid, you have kid 2 and kid 3. Both the parents are at work. The oldest kid runs the household. You have families that look like this. Right? You have one parent, you have oldest, and the oldest is basically raising the other two. There's lots of ways to organize anything. You don't need to have a lead game designer and a creative director. Now, where Steven has the Problem is Steven is dual-hatted as the CEO and the creative director, lead game designer. Steven needs to shed all of that studio level work, and that studio level work gets shed by Steven's got a human resource officer now. Okay? Steven has a human resource officer. He has a human resource officer and 1 or 2 headhunters. I don't exactly remember how the workout goes, but Stacy McMahon is the human resources manager. Steven has a human resources manager now. Steven should never be doing anything with human resources or human relations other than 2 things: telling Stacy what the hell to do and what he needs, giving her a list of deliverables, and number 2, having an open door policy in case somebody wants to complain about the human resources director. Steven, when people get this idea of, oh, the CEO needs to be accessible to every single person in the company. No, they don't. That is over on my Jahlon On channel. That is the discussion of who's got the monkey. The entire company doesn't have access to me as a first tier problem solver. The entire company has access to me once they've gone to human relations, and human relations hasn't satisfactorily addressed their complaint. Now, I know some people are like, well, you should be willing for everybody to come to you. Why? Then why am I paying for a human relations manager? Why am I paying for a head of HR? The way it works is I have an HR. I have an HR department. So you go to HR. You tell HR about your problem. HR doesn't solve it. You come to me and you say, hey, Jay, yep, what's up? Can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. As soon as you start the conversation, hey, I got a problem with my work center. Hold up a second. Have you talked to HR? No. All right, let me walk you down to HR. Well, why can't you just listen to my complaint? Because why am I going to do my HR manager's job? If I'm paying 6 figures to an HR manager, the HR manager better do the HR manager's job. But now my HR manager isn't going to be getting that crap that they get at some companies. If one of my employees, one of my staff members goes to HR, I expect a written report to be started. None of this where you go to HR and they call you so there's no written report. No, I want a written report. I want paperwork. I want documentation. I want to find the problems in my company and I want to stomp them out. But the rat catcher in my company is my HR department. That's what I pay them for. They actually have an HR now. They definitely should be the only one tweeting about hiring. No, I disagree with you. Like I said earlier, I don't think it's a bad thing for the people who, because you have peers. However, like I said, if Margaret sends out a tweet about how her team is getting a new senior community manager, that's fine. Then Margaret should have written up a position description, given it to Steven. Steven signs off on the position description. Well, actually, Margaret should have put in a position description, given it to HR. HR should have reviewed it, compared it to Toast's, make sure that it's equivalently equitable to Toast's, and then sent that up to Steven. Steven signs off on it, gives the HR manager the equivalent of a hiring certificate, which is, I give you approval to hire for this job. If Margaret's tweeting out about the job, then Margaret shouldn't know the list of the candidates. That's that double blind. If the team lead is sending out tweets to their friends, because that's who's on their Twitter, is their friends, their associates, then what happens is when Margaret knocks on the HR person's door and says, hey, can I see the list of people that applied for the job? The HR person says, no, you can't. I will give you the list of 10. I will give you the list of the 10 most qualified people based on this position description and all these resumes. I will pare and prune in parse, and I will give you a list of 10, and I'm not even going to give you the list of names. I'm going to give you candidate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with all the personal identifiable information removed from it. I'm going to give you our sheet that says you make a decision based on this data. And when people say, well, what about the friend connection? I say that's how you stop the friend connection. You don't get a job at a company that has 100+ employees due to nepotism. You get a job at a company with 10 employees due to nepotism. Nepotism is horrible. The only time nepotism actually works is if you come to me and you say, Jay, I'm not hiring you, I'm hiring your Rolodex. I need to bring on 15 logisticians. I need to start my own vehicle fleet. I need to have my own supply chain management. I need to have my own, I want to have my own fuel station here for the vehicles. I want to have my own distribution routes. When you do that, they're like, Jay, I'm not hiring you. I'm hiring your Rolodex. Because if I hire you, you're going to be able to give me the names of 11 logisticians right off the top of your head that are looking for employment that are good. That's hiring a Rolodex. For those of you that don't know what a Rolodex is, it's this thing on your desk that's got a wheel and it's got personal information in each letter. Most of you have probably never seen one. Holy hell am I old. But you should not be able to cherry pick out the resumes because you say, oh, I want my friend to get a job here. Oh, this is the person I want. That shouldn't work in a corporation because corporations have to be above such nonsense. And I think Steven would agree with me based on the fact that Steven has had to let a lot of people go at Intrepid Studios because he was a startup company. Yeah, it's your cell phone contact list. Your Rolodex is the people in your cell phone. Steven's had to let a lot of people go from Intrepid Studios. The reason why he's had to let a lot of people go is a lot of people lied to him, bullshitted him, oversold their capabilities. Their build engineer got either fired or quit or resigned because that guy couldn't cook a build for APOC to save his life. Anybody played APOC know how bad the builds were, know how bad the patcher was? The person who said I'm the build engineer, yeah, you're fired. The website team, fired. Website team got fired. Why? Because they completely jacked up that data migration. And why? I'll tell you right now. I don't have bullshit interviews. I've never believed in bullshit interviews. I love the people who have bullshit interviews and they're like, you need to have 10 years experience with this software. So a person walks in and they say, hey, they say, we noticed here, we really like your candidacy, but you only have 7 years of experience with the software. And that's when you say, yeah, because the software's only been out for 7 years. And you look at them and you say, you know, everybody that tells you that they have 10 years of experience with their software, they're all lying to you. If somebody tells me that, I will and I'm the kind of guy, I will put that in a job application so that I can see who's just trying to bullshit me. And those people don't even get interviews. I need you to have 5 years experience with, hold on, let me, I need you to have 10 years experience diagnosing patients in accordance with the DSM-5. Every person that says I have 10 years experience diagnosing people with the DSM-5, I'm going to take all their resumes and I'm going to push them all to the side because the DSM-5 didn't even publish until 2013. What I'm looking for in the answer to that question is I'm looking for people that say I have 17 years of experience diagnosing with the DSM. I have X number of years experience diagnosing in accordance with the DSM-4. And of course, with the DSM-5 being published in 2013, I've been using that exclusively since. Boom. That's the person I want to interview because that person has integrity. That person wants the job, but they're not going to lie to me because if they're going to lie to you on their resume, what else are they going to lie to you about? And it just works out like that. 5 years experience in 2 published products with Unreal Engine 5. Exactly. And so there's people that are like, yeah, I've got 5 years experience with Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, of course you do. It's been out. It's been in showcaseable mode for about a whopping 10 months. Thanks again for the games. Oh yeah, shout out to Grumpy Old Man and Threather. They were on my Discord. Been a while since we've seen actual gamers in comms. It was good to see. We need a game, man. The community needs a game. We got to rally together. World of Warships might be it. I might spend like the $1 and set up a guild. This game is going to be the bane of my existence. I played it once before and I forgot why I stopped playing it. It eats up all my time. It eats up more time than Heroes of the Storm. Tamir came in here last night and I hate the fact that it says I approved it and then it's still, I didn't ban him. Stream Elements did. Because he used the word whore. Yeah, Stream Elements. I use Stream Elements because it helps keep the, when I am doing a sponsored deal, it helps keep the chat according to their requirements. So, But yeah, I'm super sad the in-game division's only 3 big. Yeah, I am as well. How would you go after a job you're qualified for, but in a completely different field? I'm looking for something new. Well, how are you qualified for it in a different field? Because you're kind of throwing you're throwing a boondoggle at me. You're qualified for the job in a different field. So you're either qualified for it or not. If you're qualified for it, I go about it the same way I go for any job I'm qualified for. If I'm not qualified for it, then I make sure that the level of fake it till I make it is not going to be disingenuous. Just like, I saw, oh, where is it? I need to grab that. Sparky. Yeah, I need to, I want to do something with that. So, one of my biggest problems was that people looked at my resume and they thought I was lying. I would have had to have lied in order to trim my resume to the point where they would believe me. Yeah, I have that problem as well. If I was, when I did, TAP, Transition Assistance Program, I actually ended up having to, do 5 different resumes. Here's my, where is my, oh, here it is. So, anybody in the military, you know what this is. This is my Love Me binder. This is my Love Me binder. I have, when I pull out my Love Me binder, in 2011, when I left my, not even when I left my base, well, yeah, 2011 was the last time I did any meaningful, training. I did all my training by 2011. I had 10 pages. I had 10 pages on my VMet. When I left the military, because I don't know where I think I only have my other one electronically. So, I had 10 pages of VMet in 2011. When I left the military in 2017, I had upwards of 30 pages on my VMet. Because I went to a lot of specialty schools. So, when people say, are you qualified to do this? I'm like, yes. Are you qualified to do this? I'm like, yes. And they're like, well, how are you qualified to do all these things? And I'm like, are you familiar with what a logistics readiness officer in the United States Air Force does? And they say, vaguely. And I bring them a 5-page, this is what we do. I was like, this is what we do. And there's only one thing in that 5 pages that I'm not qualified to do. The only thing I'm not certified in is supply chain management. I was never the M-Flight commander. It's like me, I'm a 5-year car mechanic, I'm an educated developer, and I'm currently working on a second bachelor's. But I'm not going to search based on my 5-year car mechanic education. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to search for jobs I'm not going to do, so I'm going to leave that stuff off. If I'm applying for a job in logistics, I'm not going to put my education background. If I'm applying for a job in the education background, I'm only going to loosely mention that 15-year period I was in the military. I have a short resume for the job I apply, and then I have a full resume which contains everything. Yeah, that's the smart play. You do an abridged resume, and then in your cover letter you say, I am attaching my abridged resume, which has been curated for your convenience. If you would like a full resume, please let me know. And then here, let me go back to that, because I want to give you guys this tip. What you do in your cover letter is where you really sell yourself. So what Captain Fluffy is talking about is having an abridged or curated resume. So you want to make sure for your cover letter you put that, and that verbiage comes so naturally to me, I didn't think to straighten up. And never do to whom it may concern. Do your research and find out who you're addressing the letter to. Dear Human Relations, no. Find out who the head of the Human Relations Department is. Find out who you're gonna like. Get information. The more personalized you make the cover letter, the better you look. But real quick, what you would say is, my name is Jahlon, and I am very interested in becoming a logistics manager at your upcoming facility that you're building in blah blah on blah blah. I have a background in logistics from the United States Air Force. For your convenience, I am attaching my parsed, curated resume, which will indicate and highlight the skills that you are looking for in your job posting. If you would like, I can bring a full resume that details all of my experience to the interview we will be having for this position. That's that very assertive. It can backfire on you, but the majority of people are like, oh yeah, when I interview, a lot of people are going to fall into the, oh yeah, when I interview this guy, I want to see his full resume. You've just gotten inside their OODA loop, their observe, orient, decide, and act, and by saying that you'll bring the full resume, because you're bringing them something, you're giving them something for free. Because you're giving them something for free, they're like, oh, he's going to bring me a full resume. How convenient. Well, how thoughtful. You just got yourself the resume because you're going to bring them something to something they never even agreed to give you in the first place. That's why cover writing is actually it's an underutilized methodology for getting yourself interviews. That's also why that's also why sometimes you gotta pay attention. Believe it or not, sometimes you end up talking to an assistant or a secretary. Well, sometimes it pays to send your cover letter to the assistant or to the secretary with a cover letter on to them, with another cover letter on to the person. Dear Stacy, thank you so much for our conversation on the 12th of January where you gave me the necessary information. I'm sending this in to you as we discussed so that you can go ahead and forward it on to human relations. Stacy isn't usually the person that forwards it on to human relations. Stacy is usually not the person who ever gets individual letters mailed to her at the company. Stacy is excited as shit that she got a piece of mail mailed directly to her. And because she's excited, she's walking into the human resources officers, said, hey, I have a job application for that job, that logistics managers. Where should I put this? A lot of times that person's gonna be like, where'd this come from? Let me see that. Because again, it's a singleton. Stacy doesn't do that. So for all they know, Stacy's boss gave Stacy that packet. Stacy walks in, hey, I got a job application for that logistics manager's position, and the human relations manager's like, what the fuck's going on? What's going on? She works for Mr. Carson. She works for Mr. Carson. I don't want. I'm afraid to ask any questions. The human relations manager is like, yeah, I'll take that. And then they read it. And if you've been, and remember, Stacy's gonna keep that top level because you don't attach it, you don't staple it, you put it in the packet, and then you paperclip all the other ones together. Stacy's gonna keep that letter because it was addressed to Stacy. That's on her desk. She walked the rest of the packet in. Oh, Mr. Carson must really want this person in the pile. You just got yourself a ticket on the pile. Is it always going to work? No. How many times do you need it to work? Once. You only need it to work once. You only need it to work once. With that said, guys, I had a blast yesterday. I had a blast yesterday playing World of Warships. This is not a sponsored stream, but this is a sponsored link. I'm going to be playing World of Warships again tomorrow at 9 a.m. It doesn't even count as my other stream. I have to stream after 48 hours, and so I'm just going to be doing that. If you haven't played World of Warships, click that link, make an account. Even if you don't like the game, play the tutorial, make your account through that link. Paradox Gaming Network gets money to make more music. I'll be back tomorrow, and then I'll be back Friday and Saturday. But I do have to get out of here. We are having a good show, but I got a lot of work to do because I was a slacker yesterday and I drove my Omaha around trying to get it leveled up. So I will see you guys tomorrow for World of Warships.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?